Yeah, me too. We had 1 hour we ran 9.
It's close to 8.
1 hour we ran 9, but we didn't rebird, and we probably had no birds. And
Oh, and how many birds do we have? It's less than 40, right? Or you would know that, right?
Kevin,
It's less
we
than
can
40.
run 40 dogs.
Right at 40.
We are at 40? Okay.
But and the bird boys have coolers, so they take a little potty break, while we're coming back with a bird. If they figure that out, we don't have to stop.
Right.
Shouldn't have to rebird anything.
No, not today. Yeah, not
But
today.
if we had, with 21 no birds, that's an extra. I mean, that was a
Hour and a half.
Is that how many it was?
Hour plus.
That's what I wrote
21.
down.
Woo.
Hour plus.
That's awful. 21.
We probably did have more than that because a lot of those happened on the first throw, and you guys were still figuring out the dog before, maybe. But anyway.
I wrote every
21
I'm
is
pretty
a
sure
lot.
because I
Okay.
started right at the beginning.
But you're right. Say if you did them, that's more than a minute.
What we need to do is we need to go to Winger.
Because
I agree, Kevin, but that
Actually,
left mark out
the
there,
first dog had a no bird.
I know the left bird out there. The judges have to figure the bounce in. You got to figure the bounce.
Yeah.
You got to make sure the bad bounce isn't making you worse for a dog than a good bounce.
What left bird? That bar?
That bird out there bounces quite a bit because the cover's short. But this one here doesn't bounce for squat.
Well, I don't think the bounce matters any whatsoever. The handlers are wanting a more consistent throw.
Well, okay, I agree. You're a trade-off. I agree with you. Yeah. And to see it. I hate flat throws. I hate them.
Yeah.
I got a good feeling that Winger's gonna break today.
Why? Why do you think
You
that
got more rubbers? You got more rubbers? We got extra rubbers?
That's not my department. I don't have my dog trailer here, so no.
I got winger kits. Zip ties, pouches, bolts, grommets.
Yeah. They're black. Exclusive.
How about them hogs?
Back when I bought this one, it was
Hey, they're not going to lose today, okay? We know that.
well, I just refined it.
Yeah, everything that's the forward steer, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's,
Yeah. I think that's how it is. Martin Mike. Yes, that's it.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
In those days, yeah.
When you run it. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Pretty much. Except it doesn't like steady. It's just so. I promise you, I'm not. I've got Dutch angles. Those went out.
Shannon, hey, we can run a dog right now. It's close. It's actually close. I tried to come in. I'm like, it's 7:59. Oh, it's going to be. Dog go run.
Thanks, Carl. I never wore that pink hat. My shirt up.
Good job yesterday. Only one versus another. Pretty good piss. When I first seen it, it wouldn't be that
Oh, right. Yes, you're up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Shannon. Let me get this on. All right, guys, come on up to the line. We're gonna watch the marks, and then we're gonna start running dogs. Look, you're lucky we ain't running them right now. Shannon, you can fake Shannon.
Thank you, Shannon.
All right, guns up, guys. Guns up. Guns up.
Son, could be great.
All right, here we go. Dog to the line. All right, y'all watch. Get ready. Here we go. Bird.
You do good too.
He said, here we go.
Bird 2.
Short.
Bird 3.
I like the belts.
All right, guys, y'all walk out and get those birds and just stand there for where you pick them up for just a second, okay? Go get those birds.
Bird 2, is that bird 2 right or?
Yes.
You just see a little piece of it.
Yeah.
It's coming down by the time you see it. You don't see it.
Just a little bit.
Stand there for just a second. Blind planter, walk out and stand on your stake.
Well, yesterday this bird went back there in front of him.
Blind planter, walk out.
Sure you got the right walkie-talkie?
Oh yeah, you're doing great. You're gonna do great. You got it. All right, guys, y'all go sit down. Thank you. It didn't look good. Lay one down there. Yeah, take your marks back with you. Blind planter, you can go sit down. Put the bird down. There you go. All right, line them up. Let's go. Good luck.
Almost in line, so it's kind of bad.
Good luck. But he's that on live stream, but it wasn't watching at 7:30.
Yeah, who watches that?
I watched it. I wasn't watching it when Fast and y'all said this was the last dog.
That was this morning when I wasn't firing.
Yeah.
It did.
Yeah, it was close.
What number you running? 3. Oh, you're a third dog. No wonder you're all ready. Good luck.
Let's break down each bird individually. You can be right bird. You can be left of the decoy. If you trust.
Did okay. Yeah. However you want to.
Because listen, somebody else we saw.
33. We'll start with 32.
And if he finds that bit, they'll break down and they'll start running. If the wind picks up, you can wind it under the arm in the morning, on the left in the afternoon. Middle bird. I go a line into the arc and I come back and I pick up that bird. That's how I train. I haven't trained him enough to know that he would know that from my train.
All right. Bill coming up.
Left bird, you go through the
Should
decoy.
be.
Yeah, Bill Morgan.
For a dog like him, you run straight. For a dog that
Bill was,
you're worried about being because what happens
yeah, he
is
was
they go
with
through a
Bill
decoy, they get out
talking
about 10 miles, they see the umbrella.
Well, I had my dog.
And then you can't see him. So as soon as you kick him off,
He goes right direction.
as soon as you kick him off for this bird, start walking.
Good morning, Ron. Good morning. What do you
Oh,
like his old?
We
We
live
with that today. I'm a big Missouri fan.
I need to go.
Oh, I bet you are in it. Yep.
I may have to eventually, but I'm not there yet. I mean, we are. We are too. LSU is too. It's actually pretty good because now you don't have to worry about it.
You can go through.
How about doing that?
That's right. See, Arkansas can't lose this.
Right.
Can't fire coach today? Well, you could fire coach today, I guess. That's been the soap opera. Oh my
They're
God.
not going to make him
I don't know.
Hey, you let that sucker come out and win some games.
If those his speech to
The touchdown club?
the speech he gave those guys was probably the best thing they've heard in 6 years. Because he said, "Here's the deal. What you do till Thanksgiving is your destiny, whether you're here, going to the NFL, or going in the portal.
Right.
No matter where you're going."
Right. Well, I knew this. I figured this was going to happen. We always get new coaches, or we cause new coaches. Like losing to Mizzou is something that'll get you fired.
Losing to Notre Dame by 50 points.
Losing Notre Dame by 50 will get you fired too. If we beat Alabama in a week, watch the board get fired.
His check down is
Well, game day though moved today to Alabama Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
Cause I was like, you gotta be kidding.
I know.
he indicates he wants middle or left.
But their other game, what was their other game? The other game was gonna
Some of mine
suck.
came in
What were they gonna be? Anyway, I forget.
Yeah. Bama
Two of my
Vandy's gonna be a
buddies
good
are on
game.
McAfee's crew. They're like his behind his, they're like his tech guy, one of the tech guy. And like, yeah, they're going to, cause his show is good Friday.
Yeah.
So they're like, oh, we're going to. I'm like,
Right.
you're doing what?
Where
Yeah, it's definitely ESPN's really happy because they got a lot of stuff to talk about. You know, which sometimes I wonder if that's half the what's going on.
Hey guys, let's go. All right, guys, guns up, guns up. TV ready?
Yep, we're live.
Okay,
Adam.
I'll tell you.
Hey everybody, good morning and welcome back to the 2025 Super Retriever Series Crown Championship presented by Purina Pro Plan. We've got 30-ish, 33 dogs I think left to run the first series, and wow, it was a monster of a test, and I'm excited to have you back today, and I'm excited to be back today because we're gonna watch some great dog work. Once again, conditions are very similar to yesterday. I always, as a dog guy, the wind is always profound in how a setup works. The wind looks pretty much identical to yesterday, so we should have the consistency of that, and which is good for the judges and the handlers. So lighting is, we're all in the shade here, but it looks good. Judges did a great job, by the way, of designing this setup so the sun didn't pose a problem for the dog seeing the birds or the dog seeing the handler. So great job there, everybody. And judges came by and saying, I hope this test holds up. And I said, are you kidding me? This test would hold up a year from now. So you're good. So pretty good stuff. We're going to have some great folks here. And guess what? We have our first dog coming up, don't we? Dog 32 coming up, and let me check and see what we got here. All right. Well, Susie, 6-year-old chocolate Labrador female. You see a lot of chocolates in this deal. And I saw my first golden yesterday, for the first time I've seen one run this. Okay, bird 3 on the ground. Remember the drill. They throw 3 birds. You pull the dog off the marks, you run the blind under the arc of the middle mark, or the blind under the arc of the middle mark. I got to get that right. So here we go. I got my buddy Rody Best over here. Rody, good morning.
Good morning. I'm glad to be here.
All right, and our first dog is off. I'll tell you, first thing I notice as I look here, the trails that were profound yesterday aren't as obvious this morning. The dogs will follow those trails, and if you're just joining us for the first time, you're going to see, and okay, Rody's mic'd up. Okay, you saw that dog just go. It was crucial that you got to the right of those 2 decoys. And I've got Rody Best up here, and I'm anxious to ask him multiple questions. All right, well, this guy looks like he's doing pretty well here. Now, first thing is, I'm looking here, the blind marker is in the shadows. Difficult to see. It's difficult to see from here. And it's really, I mean, you can appreciate it. It's hard to see. There's an orange marker out there, I promise you. It's just, dog just got the blind. Did a solid job on that.
Yeah, Mr. Bill's got a good height advantage. He can see a lot better than me and you.
Oh yeah, and we're up on a stage here. We have a little different perspective, but you've got that great perspective from behind the handler, which is just invaluable. So, Rody, you don't have to answer this yet, but the first thing I've been thinking about is, how do you decide where to go right now, what mark to pick up first? And you did it different, tried to do it different than almost anybody, and it was really interesting. All right, so he looks like he's setting up for this short bird on the right, which was my initial instinct when I saw the test yesterday morning, but then it changed a little bit.
Yeah, for me it was definitely the middle bird, because we do a lot of under the arc poison birds, and then I come back and pick them up.
So you thought that, well, that's kind of what Carl Gunzer and I were talking about that. Uh-oh, so we lined by that short bird and he's going long. So that short bird, it looks like not very long, looks pretty innocent.
The depth is very hard as a handler to know exactly where that bird landed. There is nothing out there, so I can imagine what the dog has to be doing as well.
From their height, right, if you can't see it from... Okay, so the first thing you're gonna wanna really pay attention is, the wind is very light, but there is a wind. I mean, and let's see where this dog smells this bird, hopefully. Or doesn't smell it. And we have a heavy dew. Is it your experience that the sending conditions are going to be really difficult right now?
Absolutely terrible, and that's why last night I had to make the difficult decision on whether I wanted to run at dark. It was getting late.
Right.
I knew this morning would be tough.
Well, you're right. You saw yesterday morning the success rates were pretty tough early on until Stephen kind of cracked the puzzle there with a really good job.
Yeah, that was an incredible job for an early morning run.
He posted a 6. I think we have 2 6s.
And he had a 16. He followed up with a 16 right after that.
No. Yeah, the combined score of the 2 dogs was better than 97 or 98% of the rest of the field, let alone each of them.
Look at the trails.
Oh yeah, and it's right. I mean, you see the trail for the blind and the trail for the right-hand mark. Boy, this left bird this is the bird that's puzzled me because it looks, again, it's all by itself. I say by itself. It's on the outside, and
I can tell you from running 9 dogs on it, and I had 2 do one thing, 2 do another, and 2 do another. I can tell you that if you get down on the dog's level, now our perspective from here looks pretty clear that you know where that bird landed, but at a dog's angle, when you get down, you only see a very quick snapshot of where that bird landed.
So, just like yesterday morning, the lighting is tough for this camera perspective, but that dog went out and just front-footed that left bird. So, went out there and just stabbed it. Now he's got that middle bird to retrieve.
The only thing I thought would help on that left bird is if you do a lot of jumping brush piles, the dog might see that brush pile and target it.
But usually when you jump a brush pile, you keep going.
Yeah. Well, and that's what happened to me.
Yeah. I mean, usually it's a blind or something like that, and the dog doesn't hunt at the brush pile, he keeps going. All right, so this guy is, all right, he's put up a hunt here.
Great initial line, just got to get a little further.
This dog knows that bird's
Nice.
there. Whew. All right.
That was a good run for first in the morning.
You bet. 2 excellent marks and a really solid blind. And right-hand mark, he lined through it, had some handles back to it, so he's going to take a penalty of handling to the fall area and a couple more after that.
I think Mr. Bill will be happy with that run, you know, considering what he, you know, had to run first this morning.
Well, it's not that dissimilar to some of the runs last night. Most of those dogs at the end, when the lighting was really tough, and hey, got my Rocky Top stuff on. We got A&M.
A&M, baby.
It's game day here at the Super Retriever Series, so
Be interesting to see who goes all out for the tailgate party today, huh?
I know. Tennessee's guaranteed not to lose today, because they got a bye week.
Oh, yeah? They don't have to play at all?
They don't have to play anybody. Okay, here comes Luke. Boy, there's lots of yellows. Let's see what. Got to get my cheat sheet here out. All right, this is such a great perspective. See that dog watching those marks. That middle bird is a flasher, which has helped the dog see that bird better.
I'm guessing this is fodder.
This is Harper.
Harper, okay.
5-year-old yellow female. Contender's Ransom. All right, so Luke reheals the dog.
Harper. Harper's owned by Andy Wynn from Louisiana.
And we've got a lot of...
I believe she qualified up in Montana.
Oh, that's right, Luke goes.
I want to say she might have even won that event if I remember correctly.
He gets a line just slightly left of the decoys. Now, again, it's a 50-point penalty if you go to the left of the 2. See the 2 snow goose decoys? The dog's right at them there.
And don't split them. I found that out yesterday.
It's a penalty if you go left of either of them. Right. Now, it creates a really tight corridor, a keyhole scenario, but...
yeah, if you see that white decoy next to Luke on the left, he cannot cast beyond that or take a 10-point penalty for that. And you'll see...
Yeah, because if you move left, it opens up the visibility to the right.
Sure.
And gives you an advantage, but I guess you take a 10-point penalty versus failing the blind.
I did. I took them early in the morning, but then I started to learn how to run that blind a little better. And
Here's
I was
my
able to
question,
stay.
Rody. Okay, Luke's looks like he's setting up to... Is it a 10-point penalty if you step left of it or if you cast when you're left of it?
Every time you engage the dog. So if you blow the whistle and you're inside that boundary, but then you cast and walk beyond that boundary, you're going to take a 10-point
What happens
penalty.
if you're outside? Okay, here goes Luke on this right-hand bird that the previous dog handled on. Dog goes under the arc. I think acknowledges the information of where the gun was and goes out there and has a dang
That's a
nice
good
mark.
job.
Really nice mark on this right-hand bird. So can you step left of the decoy and watch, but if you blow and you're right of the decoy and handle, are you safe?
You're safe.
Okay, that was a question I had.
But it's hard because when they go through that gap and they turn right, you don't have enough time to get back in line and then blow the whistle.
But I think it was Luke yesterday. If you get a little bit right, you can't see the dog when you're deep behind that cluster of brush that's the middle bird. Oh, this dog lined past this. Kept going. Now,
This was a difficult bird yesterday because if you didn't send them with a firm tone, they did that right. They would hook the blind. So handlers learned to start sending with a firmer tone, and then you got this right here where they would just blow past it.
Well, we always said the best bird are middle distance tough birds, because when I say middle distance, it's not really a yardage thing. It is you can hunt short or you can fail a bow overrunning it. And I think it's really the best balance marks when it works that way. And so if you don't go firm enough, they hunt short. Some of them hunted off this first cluster, where the 3 goose silhouettes are, which is, I don't know, 40 yards short of the bird.
It happened twice yesterday.
Yeah, with a lot of dogs. And then if you went too firm, they lined by it and kept going.
Yesterday, you could win that bird from the left side most of the time, but not today.
Not yet.
Not enough wind.
Yeah. Wind is supposed to stay out of the east, which is a right to left wind here in this situation, but it hasn't really set up yet. All right, so.
I think it was about 9:30 before we got any wind yesterday, and we started, pretty early this morning. So there's probably going to be 8 or 9, 10 dogs that are going to not have that wind that they need.
One advantage here is it's cooler. The dogs are not as apt to get, really warm or hot. And I think, always safety is paramount. But just as these dogs get warm, their brains don't work as well, their noses don't work as well. So it's a little cooler. You've got that advantage, but you don't have the wind. All right.
Nice soft send. You don't want the dog taking the blind.
I've been impressed. You, Luke, Stephen, they have a real methodical cadence in your sending. All right, so this dog is hunting the depth of the right bird, but in line with the middle bird. So he's hunting a little short, but they hunt off these brush piles because that's where oftentimes where you hide gunners. So, and the judges did a good job of making these marks just long enough. Look at him, he's convinced that.
What is there?
Right there. So this dog's just looking for any information, any scent.
Worked it out.
Well, he's going to work it out, isn't he?
Here, my concern is if they don't find it till they bail to the blind.
Yeah, what's certainly
I don't think
this dog just doesn't feel like that's his MO. But I wanted to pay attention. I did when I was driving in and I flew the drone. I'm going to give him some perspective, but I wanted to know where's the blind planter at, because you can't tell from here.
That's a good whistle.
Ooh, yeah.
In the area, the dog had established a hunt.
Yeah.
Now you just have to hope you don't take any refusals for handling and make it as clean as possible. Difficulty looking
What makes
back.
you decide what color to wear here? Do you? Because there were times where it seemed like the dog saw the light camo better, and you're just always trying to read the background. I did go out I flew the line to the blind with a video and spun around and took a photo back at the line to see what the background looked like. Whew.
Dark background?
It's a dark background, but there's so much, it's so busy.
Very muddy.
You've got tents and stuff like that, and so you just have an incredible compassion for what these dogs are having to sort out.
Yeah, I either train in white or black, so my only choice here was black. So, but I use a Purina tent nearly every day in my training, so they're used to looking back.
They're used to looking at a busy background. Well, you got your Purina Pro Plan hat on. We're excited to have Purina being our presenting sponsor. They do such an incredible job really supporting all the dog venues and putting out great products.
Yeah, very happy to have them on board.
I started feeding Purina Pro Plan in 1987 when it first started.
Wow.
That's when we all learned, Purina what? Well, they sure stepped up their game. Okay. Cole. Clint Sullivan, another Louisiana dog. So first two dogs I've handled on one of the two, or no, Luke actually handled on two, didn't he? Handled on the left and the middle.
One was in the area, but yeah.
Right.
Cool Waters, Cole QA2. So I'm assuming that's out of one of Alex.
Yep, Cool Waters.
Breedings.
Alex Washburn from Mississippi.
And
Alex won the 2016 National Amateur with the Cool Water dog, which was in Stowe, Vermont.
Clint bought him in January of this year, so they don't have a lot of line time together.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, I wish my dogs ran the blind like that. That pace is really nice, isn't it?
Well, yeah, you can definitely see a blind pace. Like he said, he's waiting to be told what to do.
It's a good frame of mind.
But dogs with lots of rearward momentum doesn't hurt either. Sometimes it gets you through some trouble spots before they know they're trouble spots. Now, they started to wind. He's right underneath the arc of that middle mark, which is, there were some dogs later that there was an advantage. Now, see, right here it feels like the handler, they're behind there, but the handlers seem to see them. And it looks like they're like, because I can't. I said, I'm looking from the stage and I can see the dog.
Well, just right there, I looked over at Clint and he was given a right back. So our angle does not really reveal the location of the blind.
You see? Okay, you see how the dog came back? So you're right, we're not, our camera behind the handler is offset.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first time it's really made sense to me, because I'm saying, why are the handlers letting them get behind that cover on the right? Well, and they said, oh, they act like they can see him. Well, I'm looking at the camera behind the handler and it's a little bit to his right, so well, he can appreciate it there.
I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that dogs turn more likely to the right on a sit whistle or the left? Because I actually went through my 20-something Master National dogs 2 years ago and recorded where each one, which direction each one sat predominantly.
We used to, when we on the truck, we would write an R and an L on the box. So when you went back to the truck, it reminded you what direction they turned. So you
That's freaking smart.
So there was an R if they turned right, and L if they turned left, just as a reminder.
As a handler, you should know that going into this.
I'm going to say most dogs, I think most dogs typically turn right.
That's what I was going to say.
Turn to your right, and they're right.
And if you look at this, it's almost like the judges intentionally set that up, because the poison bird is on our right.
Yep.
And the blind, if you let them get too far right behind the mound, you lose them as well.
Right. And then the blind planter's on the right. And so we've had the last two dogs in a row have handled on this left-hand bird. And I'm always amazed. You get a bare field like this so they pull some branches out to help hide that bird, and it's so effective. And you'd think like, well, the dog's going to go to that one spot and hunt it, but they don't.
No, I think once they get past that first brush pile, they get drawn to the station and it hooks them. And I'm a little surprised Cole, a straight line running dog, as Clint described, kind of fell for that. But he had to keep him where this is what a lot of handlers don't realize. You can go left to handle on the left bird. You just can't handle left on the blind.
On the blind, I know.
So I figured that out.
There is no right restriction on the blind, is there?
No, but there's not a lot of reason to be over there. You kind of drop down lower, and visibility is not good.
So talk to me here. How do you, these dogs are hunting off of, there's a camera and that's taken this picture here. So there's a person in there, and that's but they've been there for the whole test, and they'll be there for the whole test. But the dogs oftentimes want to hunt off of human scent, and that's what he did. He hunted off the camera. Now he said, "Oh, that's not it."
Well, he definitely marked off of that short camera station. Now, right there, I don't think they're going to give him handle in the area. Do you? I don't think.
Well,
the dog
I want you to tell me that. I mean, because he's close to the area, but is it where they are physically, or where they establish a hunt?
Where they establish a hunt, and I don't think he'd established a hunt at that point.
Gotcha.
He'd established one here, you know, early, and then was going through that fall area, but I don't think he had established.
So if they cracked their tail and started to look and establish a hunt there, and then you handle them to it, it's a 2-point.
Correct.
If you handle to the area, it's 10?
20 plus the 2.
20 plus the 2. Okay, thank you. I always need help with that. I've got my cheat sheet here somewhere, but
that's the hard part as a judge, is to decide, and a handler.
So it's not where they are physically, it's where they establish hunt. So a few judges, John Straka was the first guy that kind of told me this. When he judges, he doesn't mark the lines at all. He starts marking the dog from where they put on their first hunt. And then what he does there is he puts a number of how far he thinks that is from the bird. And that's his beginning
for
of
trial,
his judging.
Judging trials.
Because he said, I don't care what the line they take. I want us to watch where they think the bird is. So once
yeah, see, again, he hadn't established a hunt.
So once they start to look for the bird, that's when you have to assume that's where the dog thinks it is, and that's what you're trying to judge, right? All right, well, not quite what he was looking for, was it?
No, I mean, it started out, that blind was pretty nice, and then I just don't.
But he's had a handle on all 3 marks.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think he's a trial dog by background, so we ought to see him do much better in the next series.
We got a fun little graphic you're going to see here. All right, there you go. Well, there's an overhead view of, and what you're seeing here, Rhodey, on the right, you see the diagram of the test. If you see that alpha LTE, that is the tracking collar that was on the test dog. So right there, it's online. If you look at the left graphic, that's what the test dog did. You watched how you saw, looks like he had a solid blind. The white line is the line the dog took. The left-hand mark, you can see it there, right going through the A. That's pretty much pinned the right bird, but look, you can see all of the hunt pattern on that short bird on the right. All those lines are where the dog was traveling. And then you can see how the dog got to the middle mark. And I can't remember if he handled, but you saw same line to the blind and then cut over. So there is a track and a route that number 2 test dog went yesterday.
This is number 2 test dog?
This is number 2 test dog.
That dog did handle on the right bird?
Yep.
And it was hard to dig out.
Yep, so there you go. There's so the Alpha LTE is a new Garmin product that you can slide on any collar. And this is an app that can be on your phone and iPad, and you can have some fun with that.
So it's not an independent collar that you have to buy, it's an attachment or an add-on?
Well, it is and I'll show it to you guys. I've got it right. It slides, it's a receiver, because it's actually a transmitter, because it's transmitting that information. All right, here we go, Cutter, 6-year-old Labrador.
This dog is a bad mamba jamba. He can mark.
I'll tell you what, I got a feeling this dog isn't going to be so good.
No.
He says, just cut me loose.
He's owned by Mark Polke, and every time I run against him, he seems to get the better of me.
There's a lot of 1-2 there.
My approach on this blind was to try and send them at the poison bird and then cast off. I found I had more trouble sending left, and then
casting towards it.
Towards the poison bird just confused them.
Okay. All right, well, you can see the dog stop there. Now, again, from the camera perspective, you think, oh, he's online. Why did he go behind us? So tell me what is the, but did he handle from over there or just watch?
He did not. He just stepped over there to watch.
So I want to know, is that like the pylon in the end zone? And are you out of bounds? When is, if any part of your body is past it, or?
If you're on the right side of it and you cast, and as you step, you go left of it, you're going to get charged for that.
So was there any ruling on, like, do both feet have to be left at any part of your body? Or are you out of bounds
if your arm casts beyond
okay.
it, I think you're safe. But if your foot goes past that,
okay, so it is an out of bounds.
cast.
So if you step on the line, you're out of bounds. Okay, so here's a dog that is hunting short a little bit.
The depth perception on this bird, it's just difficult for the dogs to figure out.
Well, it's always kind of my rule of thumb. I never retire behind the first most obvious object, which is where the 3 snow goose decoys are in that,
I like that
clump. So even if I've got that convenient hay bale, I'll put it deep just like they did.
If he doesn't get this bird right here, I would be smart and handle quick. Yes, good job. Because he had gotten into the area at that point and was hunting.
Don't you have an appreciation? At first this dog says, well, where's the handler? Okay, here he is.
Yeah.
So my first instinct was, if I just said to myself, okay, I'm going to do this blind. I'm probably going to go right bird second, or first mark, then left, then middle. And it keeps the dogs non-conflicted. But then you leave one of the harder marks. I mean, the last bird you pick up is the one they're less likely to remember, correct? This dog just, I can see why you think this dog is really confident in his marking.
Well, I think going left, I'm not one to go left because I'm like you. I would go somewhere over here to the right, come back to the left, and then come back, like you said, non-conflictive.
It makes it easier to get the dog because you frame it out, but they still got to stop and look for the bird again. So he went, but Steven started doing it this way, and the first dog that hit the test went left, picked up the left bird, and then the right, then the middle. But
the strategy there being that was the last bird down before you knowed off and ran the poison bird.
And then, now some of the dogs that made an attempt to pick up the poison bird, okay, he's right on that middle station. Did he line by it?
He went
Hard to
deep
see here, but I saw the handler kind of shake his head.
But see, most of my dogs, as they either approached the line to the blind or on the way back, would see that bird on the ground.
That's what I wondered.
And I just went right back to it immediately, and they were okay with it.
Well, you had a couple interesting, okay, well, he had a handle on that middle bird.
Yeah, I think I had 2 that were literally sitting on it that I had to cast off of it.
So, and sometimes I think that when you tell them they can have it there, it's hard to get them to go back there.
Sure.
And some that, but if you pick it up and do that routinely, then they say, okay, I get to have it now, so.
Well, in my training, for the first couple, when poison birds got to be really popular, my training, I would know off, run the blind, and I would not pick that bird up. My communication being to the dog, when I tell you no, you don't get it. But what I found is over time, when I go to send back for it, I couldn't get it. So now I go right back to it immediately and pick it up. And they've learned that pattern, and they'll obey me and stay off it, and knowing that they're going to get to come back and get it. It's kind of a rewards kind of deal.
Well, I'll tell you, I heard Lardy say this one time. He said, I think you almost need to make it a rule in field trials that you have to pick up the poison bird. Now,
do they not pick it up very often?
No, they do a lot. They do a fair amount. Sometimes it's just not, it's a time thing.
Sure.
Here's the one, let's watch our next dog here.
This looks like Rip.
Don't you just love, I mean, that is such an awesome view right there. Do they give you, are you on your own when the bird hits the ground? Or do they release you?
You are on your own.
So you don't have to get a number. Okay, here we go.
Take as much time as you want.
All right, yep, you got it.
Look at all those titles.
And Rip, huh? Yeah, he's loaded, isn't he? Running out of room in front of his name.
6 titles.
Go big or go home. That's pretty awesome.
And he's only 6. Jeez, he's got still 3 or 4 good years left in him.
Well, I'll tell you, and the statistics in Retriever Field Trial Nationals is there's more 6-year-olds qualified than any, almost every year. It usually goes 6, then 7, then 5, then 8.
Really?
That's usually the split. So more 6 years old, then the second most are 7s, then it's 5, then 8. So those are that 5 to 8 is your prime time. Now when you get up to 8, their brain gets smarter, but their body gets weaker. And sometimes they just, all right.
Lend themselves to the factors a little bit more likely, even though their brain knows better.
All right, solid blind. So, I don't remember, but somewhere in the middle part yesterday, a dog must have knocked the blind marker down. It became really hard to see for a few dogs, and then they went out.
Right before me, and probably 2 dogs in front of me, and I walked up there. One of the handlers told me, he said, "You can't see that thing," and I can't see orange anyway. So I asked.
What do you do then? You use other markers in the background?
I do. Now this one is almost impossible. There's nothing back there, and so it was a difficult task.
Now the one thing is, if you're on the mat, you know kind of what it is in relation to markers in the front. You know how, but when you start to walk a cast out, the depth is, that's awful tough. Okay, so you got the blind. He looks going for the right-hand bird is what he's sent for.
Good place to be.
Yep.
And that opens up a discussion on, putting orange markers where certain handlers are not able to see orange. Aren't you kind of inhibiting them a little bit? Shouldn't there be some kind of a standard, I don't know, flower, limb, something?
Something natural, I guess, as much as possible.
Now, in trials generally, is there always some kind of obvious marker?
They actually made it became a rule in the last, I don't know, few years, I say few years, that you had to have an identifiable marker. Didn't say what color or anything. All right, God, he put out a nice hunt, but just didn't come up with it. But so that would be the hardest thing for me to adapt to, is knowing when to handle when a dog is in the area of the bird looking for it. Because in field trials, good, better, and different. That's the deal you typically wouldn't handle on, and you'd let them work it out. And if you handled it, it goes from okay to almost a failure, which really, I mean, the original rules, if you read them, it was a solid handle should be better than a long hunt, and that's what SRS has adopted. But field trials in today's world, they don't follow that.
From my angle, that bird looked a little short on the throw, and so I think they're going to give him handle in the area on that bird. So he just accumulated some whistles. And
well, he certainly had what I thought was a good effort. He just didn't come up with it right away.
It's just disheartening when you have a dog in the area and he just cannot come up with it.
Yeah.
Left bird. Let's see what Rip does on this. Smart.
So this, I think, is so affected by the lighting. When there's some of those deals in the background, when they become more prominent, they tend to run to them. Look to the left more. I just see that left and deep. There's a cluster cover, and there's something light colored in it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's a drain pipe or something, but now that's quite a ways left, isn't it?
It's actually pretty close to on line from that angle.
Oh,
the dogs
okay.
that go left, like he did of the pine bows,
yeah,
that's pretty close to on line. I had a couple of my dogs heading for that.
Well, certainly in this venue, these being the, they've got to do the field trial stuff as well as the hunt test stuff. So when you start exposing them to these big, long, retired guns, that hurts you here. If it's just keep going. Okay, so looks pretty good here, and he acts like he wants to look for a bird, which is helpful. Did he go right in there and drill it? He sure did. Whew. Okay.
So 2 clean, pretty nice job on those 2 and a handle in the area. I don't think he's going to be too upset.
And a pretty darn nice blind. Well, the water tower's still there. They didn't move that last night. I'll tell you what, you got to give the credit to these kids. I watch them plant that blind, and they are running.
Was it the same young man yesterday all day long?
Well, he didn't move as fast at 5 o'clock last night, but I think they were taking turns. Well, is there only one person in the blind, planting the blind?
Don't know. He put some miles on yesterday.
And I think these guys they were just trained to do this yesterday morning before we started, so.
Correct.
They're doing an incredible job.
Yeah, I was talking to Kevin Redmond. I guess they're in a program here, and they spend 16 weeks out here and then go back to a normal life, routine, whatever.
All right, here Clark and Hoagie. So Clark and Lyle were very consistent in the order they picked this up in. Do you pay attention to what the other, or you just do your own game?
I watched a few of them. I did not catch their pattern.
They have gone for the left bird every time after doing the blind.
Which is the same thing Steven did, yeah?
Well, and Steven was the first one to do it well.
Well, the strategy I could see there was if you go to the middle or right bird second, and then you come and try to pick it up on the third, you obviously have that dog knowing that they just went here, they can't go back there, so that opens up their options a little bit.
Okay, so I just wanted to remind everybody, because if you're just tuning in and you're having a little trouble figuring, there you go, there's 61 there for Cutter. But we haven't seen Rip's score yet, have we? Okay, what I want to remind you is on the social media, there is a diagram of this test that you can refer to that'll give you a good perspective on what it is you're watching. Because if you're just tuning in and you see these dogs running, you're like, all right, that's cool, but what's the test? So,
a short overview would be 3 marks, right, middle, left, no off all 3, run under the arc of the middle bird, which would be our poison bird. You pick up the poison bird, you are DQ'd. We had, what, 2 yesterday, I believe, pick up the poison bird, which is incredible because you're really close to that bird. And then you come back and pick up your marks. That's epitome of a super retriever when you can run.
Yes.
How many dogs you run yesterday? 70?
Well, the super retriever is all about balance, is it not? Okay, now see this dog. This is interesting. See, there's a dog targeting the back wall. You punch them hard enough to get past the first bales, but you don't want to punch too far. And I guess what's great about a middle distance bird is they got to mark it. It's really, you can get them near it, but the dog's got to find it. They can't. You can do a lot, but you can't put the bird in their mouth until you start handling.
It's interesting watching him once he got deep right before Clark handled, he had his head up like he was looking for a station to figure out where he wanted to establish his hunt.
But she's also conflicted, like, is this a long bird? Do I need to keep going? Am I going to get in trouble if I hunch?
Probably.
Right. I mean, that's the hard thing is keeping that balance, because now maybe when they go to the field trial setup, that mentality is going to help you, but in this instance, that didn't necessarily do so.
Well, that's a great thing about this game. You're going to see a lot of dogs do good in this series, and then a lot of different dogs do good in the field trial series, but very few are going to do good in both, and those are what we're looking for. That's why we're looking for the super retriever.
And there's a mark right there.
Yeah.
It's right here.
On this blade of grass.
All right, there's a little bit of a breeze. Feel it, Brody?
At our back, which is not necessarily good.
I don't know if it's at our back or
it's
quartering away from us, but you know, and I think it's like it makes that left bird straight downwind, I think, right now.
8:30 and we're getting some wind.
Well, we didn't run a dog yesterday until 9. Our first running dog. started at 9. Okay. So he's on the middle bird, and he's looking like he's got a pretty good idea. And there he goes. So, well, see, he winded it there on the left.
Wind is starting to help him a little bit.
But he knew, I mean, but that dog had a good idea the bird was there. He was, sometimes I say they're receptive to the information being the scent. He said, it's right here somewhere. So the minute, but he got obviously a little help, and that's what they're supposed to do. Their nose is there for a reason.
The way he pinned the right bird and then put on a good hunt in the fall area of the middle bird, based on that in his performance compared to that left bird, I wonder if he just didn't see the left bird and wasn't quite sure where to go, what to do.
Gotcha.
That's the behavior I saw.
So would that affect your strategy on what bird you pick up?
It would, and then that's where it doesn't play into, if Clark and Lyle are picking up left bird first and they didn't see that bird, then that definitely would affect your strategy a little bit.
All right.
Last thing I want to do is handle on the first bird I send to. It just rocks the rhythm,
So, all right, I got to ask you a question here. Some of the handlers come up and they go down to a knee and they're at dog head standing perfectly straight. Is there a certain strategy for that? Are you trying to get down low because you think you can influence them more where to look with the gun at that point?
I think you're going to see a lot of HRC guys do that, most likely.
Because they sit on a bucket a lot?
They do, and they point with a gun. I'm not an HRC guy anymore. I stand over my dog, so I stood. But I think a lot of the handlers that feel like they're going to be able to, assist the dog a little bit, they're going to use that to their advantage.
Gotcha.
For me, if I get down on that level with my dogs, it increases their excitement level exponentially.
Yeah, it's a less formal stance.
Look at him watching that boundary. He's watching that boundary.
So is one of the judges designated? Because if they're watching the dog, well, I guess at that angle they can see the handler and the dog perfectly. Well, a nice solid blind there.
I think they're all watching probably.
Absolutely cannot see in the viewfinder. Okay. Thanks.
Oh, beautiful morning here.
NATO is short for tornado.
Oh.
And NATO can be a little bit of a tornado at the line. Always entertaining to watch.
Well, he's pretty composed here.
Owned by Rochelle Williams, who is a huge supporter and fan of his. She comes to almost all the events.
See, I think that bird's almost straight downwind. See that? Now there was an instance where I think the dog was targeting that last clump of brush that had some, and I don't know. It's all about when the light changes. I think when you watch a test over the course of a full day, and in this instance a day and a half, it changes constantly.
It does.
It evolves as the lighting changes, as the wind gets established. Temperatures change.
I sympathize with Chuck right there. I had several of my dogs that I thought I'm just going to send with a medium voice tone, and they hunted short. So then my next one, I'd go, okay, this one I'm sending a little harder, and they'd end up doing what NATO did there to Chuck. It's a hard bird to get right.
So this is okay. So this is the most interesting spot. He's right of the bird. So, which you're getting no information unless you because you're not going to smell anything there. You're deep of the right bird and to the right of the middle bird, but this dog is,
Oh, he popped.
Well, they pop when they're just like, all right, I don't want to do the wrong thing. I'm not sure what the right thing is.
Gonna pop again, yep.
All right, so what penalty is a pop?
A pop is 5 plus the 2 points for the cast, because if you engage a dog, then you're getting 2 points whether you blow the whistle or not.
So is a pop on a mark scored more heavily than a pop on a blind?
No, it's the same point penalty.
Gotcha.
But if you're hunting on a mark and you pop, then you're getting the 20 for handling on the mark, and 5 for the pop, and
Even
2
if you're
for
in
the
the fall
whistle.
area? Okay. This is why it's awesome to have you up here, because
If they're in the fall area, I don't think they're going to hit you for it. I mean, it all depends on, you know, was he in when he popped? Was he in, then he went out, and then he popped? I mean, that's where the discussions probably get pretty deep.
Oh, okay. So he hadn't picked up the right bird yet. Okay.
He used up that left side of that picture right there pretty good, so I would assume NATO's going to stay on the right side pretty good.
But he can't.
Oh. So there he had hunted in that area, man.
Well, it's just,
Wouldn't
I
want to
mean,
be a
it's
judge.
obvious confusion. He said, again, like I said, he doesn't want to do the wrong thing. He's just not sure what the right thing is. How, you see that right over the top of NATO's head? There's 3 big clumps of round hay bales that have, and the middle one is where the middle bird is. How obvious is that far right-hand one?
From my point of view, it's not.
As the lighting changed yesterday, it seemed like dogs were, when in doubt, they were going to that clump, that last one. Now as I look at it on the camera here, it's not that obvious, but as the sun came around, it lit up more. And that seemed to be when the dogs were going to the right and kept going.
I think if they're uncertain on the right bird and they don't check down very well and they push into that heavy cover, that's the next likely place for them to go, is to mark off that station.
Yeah, because again, one of the things is they're looking for places where the gun station is hiding.
Sure.
I mean, that's one of the pieces of information, and they're just being smart. All right, Clark and Hoagie come in with a 49. When do you start predicting, and I'll let you, you're always going for the lowest score you can get, where you think the cut's going to be? Can you, if you were a betting man?
Well, we're not going to have a cut after this series.
That's right.
We'll have a cut after the next one.
So as you start to see the scores come in,
you'd have to see the next series before you really figure that out. But it's such a huge field of dogs. It's going to come down to a point or two. The cut is going to be brutal. You're going to be on the wrong side of that cut by a point or 2 or 3.
Caitlin and Hilda Wood here. Caitlin's I think I saw an 8-year-old Labrador female. I've actually watched and worked with Hilda quite a bit, and I know Caitlin and her other dog, Ronan. Ronan had a pretty solid run, got a 40, I think a 40 yesterday.
Caitlin's 8 years old, so she's on that 4th tier level that you talked about.
Yes. Caitlin has had 2 ACL surgeries, so she had a little bit of, but she seems physically to be back on track.
Hilda is one of the most helpful amateurs at every event. She runs the marker board usually.
Yep.
She always has her nice little stools that we get to sit on.
Yeah, umbrellas. She's ooh, she went left of the.
You get to call them back, but if she calls back, she might pick this poison bird up.
Yeah.
That's a smart move.
Take your penalty. She doesn't want to take another one though, does she?
I actually had one do the same thing yesterday, split the 2 decoys, and I chose just to keep rolling. I didn't think I was going to get myself in a very good position if I tried to bring him back.
Right.
Not with that poison bird sitting there. I was just hoping they didn't see it. You know, they did.
Did they say anything to you? Like say, hey, we got you left of the decoy?
No.
Or you just see it in the score?
But I could hear behind me a little bit of, you know, just you could tell something had happened. I figured they saw it. They said be right of both decoys, and I was not.
So you can be left of them once you pass them.
Correct. But I think you're getting probably
getting
some
offline.
offline points.
But it's different. It's not the big penalty. Okay, Hilda's going for this right bird. Caitlin seems pretty positive that she's got an idea there's something over there. She's in the area. She's, I think, about to get it right in here. Yep. Okay, nice.
I see here that you're one of her biggest coaches and mentors.
Yeah, Hilda's I tell you what, there aren't many people that have put in the effort to improve themselves.
Student of the game.
That's what it takes. Look at her hackles up.
What does that translate to?
Well, I don't know. It translates to something.
She's frisky?
Well, I don't know. You know, being a female, I mean, but it's a heightened excitement level of some sort.
They're still up while she's running.
Yeah, you're right.
Good job, good job. That's a good place to be. Yes.
That's just a good old-fashioned mark right there. If it was a male, I'd think like, all right, he's looking for a fight. I've seen some of those that, but look, you're right. Look at her hackles are even up now. Again, I'm not sure what it means, but it means something.
Hilda credits Dr. Janelle Appel for being instrumental in diagnosing the TPLO to her. She is awesome.
Yeah.
I've attended several of her speeches on therapy and physical therapy for the dogs, and it's just eye-opening, the knowledge that she has.
Oh, and we're just so fortunate to have people like her, Sarah Love, and these. All right, so Hilda handled on the middle bird yesterday, and I'm having a little trouble telling exactly where she is. The lighting, once again, is challenging. Okay, there you go. I got a question for you here in just a minute as I watch her hunt, because I think the blind planter is not very deep of the clump of cover that the middle bird is thrown. When a dog gets, okay, she worked that bird out quite nicely. The blind planter for the blind is not very far behind that clump there. When the dogs establish a hunt there and get behind it, do you think that's got to make it challenging to come back?
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the reason that I do a lot of poison birds under the arc, is because there's a lot of variables going on there. One, you have to be able to get under the arc of a poison bird, which gives you defined boundaries. You have the poison bird on one side and you have the throwing station on the other. That is your, quote, corridor. Nobody wants to talk about it, but that is your corridor. But what it also does is when you come back from that blind, it also teaches the dog, when I send you for a mark, I don't want you going back to that blind.
Right.
I want you going somewhere else. And once they learn that, and you've done it a lot, they really key in on, okay, I've been to the blind, it's not there. And like you said, if they can't find it right away, they're doing math on those stations and going, well, maybe it's off this one, maybe it's off this one, I don't know.
But I don't think when they're hunting the blind planter, they're not relating to the blind. They're just relating to the person that's planting the blind.
Correct. In their mind.
Here's another rip. We got a few rips here.
Mark's a very experienced amateur.
I've missed that deep one.
I know. I loved her marking there, Hilda. Hilda was coming by, and Kate, I loved how she sorted out those marks.
Yeah.
All right, Hilda just went by with Caitlin, and she went left of one of the decoys on the blind, and she's a little bit mad at herself for that, but her marks were very nice. Going to take a bit of a hit on that score on that blind. All right, NATO 130. There's the two pops and the handles.
Yeah, I think the popping and the handling really got to him. I feel like, I don't know about you, Pep, I feel like the scores are a little more generous this morning. I think it was hard to get below a 60 yesterday for most dogs, but we've seen quite a few do it today. Either the situation is easier this morning, which is not what we coming in on him. Rip's 10 years old, so hearing could be an issue.
Here's one trying to get the mark, I think. You be careful the way he's acting. Or he's hunting, my guess, he's hunting a blind planter.
Hunting the trail that he runs.
But you can just see the dog's head there, just to the left. There. See him, he looked over at the blind planter again when he went on. He's going deeper. You can't see him, but he is going towards the blind, but he's right of the blind. And I'm not sure, I don't think the handler can see him. Dog stopped. Maybe he could, because he responded to that cast nicely. Okay, well, a little messy in the middle.
Mark says he's just happy to be here with Rip this year, and it may be his last event.
Yeah.
Last SRS event, I should say. Are you a superstitious person? That was one of the questions in our questionnaire, and Mark said, I'm not a superstitious person, neither am I.
I really am not. Like you got to wear certain color pants on the final day, yeah.
I think the harder you train, the luckier you get.
Now, I do think you won't see many field trailers wear green.
Right.
Because green is a jam, which is a judge's award of merit, and it's like, no, I want to be a color. I want red, blue. How specific are they where you send from?
As long as a piece of the dog is touching the mat when you send. So if he's in a sit and the tail's touching, you're good. If his feet
You're
are
not
touching,
talking about the Pro Plan mat, you're talking about the whole rubber mat.
Correct.
Any part of the rubber mat, okay.
86, so that run would have been a 36 had she not missed that. Wow.
Game of inches.
Oh.
So Hilda's got a 40 and a 86 with her 2 amateur dogs, so.
That's strong, real strong.
All right, we got a handle on this right-hand bird.
Mark said, Rip is a Yankee. He was originally from Maryland. Leo Joseph rescued him from the north.
Well, now that I live in the South, they're starting to forgive me being a Yankee growing up in Indiana. So when you start looking at 10-year-old dogs doing this, I start thinking of the 10-year-old dogs that have won Open Nationals, or national championships in field trials, and I could start to name a number of them, and because, well, they're wise, but their bodies are tough, and it's like Dr. Janelle Pell, keeping these dogs healthy and running, because it's just, there's potholes, and I mean, these dogs are just, they're giving it all they got.
Yeah, I've got
It's tough.
I've got a 10-year-old bully that's in this competition. He actually posted my best score of all my dogs, so the experience definitely helps. He's been on Purina his whole life, and I'm gonna knock on wood right now, has not had an injury.
Well, there's lining under the arc and still going, so.
Can he see him?
Oof.
Maybe he can't see him.
Well, he's moved.
He can move left. He's got to see him now.
Boy, he doesn't even have the whistle in his mouth, so it acts like he's not even thinking about handling. Now he's...
Well, he handled on the right bird. Perhaps he feels like he's going to not get points if he doesn't handle.
That dog's not coming back from there on his own without being handled. I tell you, one of the biggest challenges in these older dogs is knowing how much to train a 10-year-old dog.
Sure.
You've got to keep them physically fit, but you're worried about the extra mileage on their body.
Well, and you also...
That's where a good conditioning program, a smart one, is important.
With skipping some training sessions every once in a while is okay, but you're worried about losing the discipline and the obedience that needs to take place in order to keep them in line.
Well, I'll tell you, one of the older dogs that I was associated with was Bill Woodson's baby, and her last year she got 50 amateur points, which only, I think, 3 dogs in history have ever gotten 50 amateur points in a year.
Oh, my.
And baby was on that Purina Bright Minds, and we felt that was huge in her success in that final year. It just,
I kind of helped trial test some of that when it was first coming out, and I noticed an immediate difference as well. And you just kind of brought to mind something. I mean, it might not be a bad idea for me to put Bully on that. I should think about that.
So, you know, I trained with Bully when Laura had.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Was he wild back then?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Laura Parrott, you know, there's two of her dogs, Gus and Bully, that are here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when I say I trained with them, this summer I did it. Laura's a great friend, and it's always great to have another set of eyes. And I'll go up for a week, and Laura will bring me in to do some consulting, and I consulted with Bully and Gus. So
I kicked myself. We had an opportunity to buy Gus when she was selling him, and we evaluated him, and he performed well in training, but we ran him as a test dog in an SRS, and he didn't do very well. And I said, I think we're going to pass. Luke was kind of testing him out, and boy, that was the biggest mistake I've made. Leo really capitalized on it, jumped on him, and the rest is history.
Well, there's certainly one of those power couples. Both.
Sure.
I'm gonna guess that it's probably the only couple in history that both husband and wife have won Open National Championships.
Really? What about John and Amy? Is it Henniger?
Amy's won. Well, I don't think John himself won an Open National.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I know Amy did. Well, how many she won with Floyd?
Oh, 2 U.S. nationals and 3 Canadian nationals. Yeah, that dog's
for a yellow.
A unique situation where Amy owns the dog as a professional. The dog only runs open, so. But I've not seen him, but I just hear nothing but incredible stuff about him. All right, well.
You can tell by the look on Mark's face, that's not what he was wanting. But
that's not what.
Rip's had a good career, though.
I'll tell you what, they give you everything they got, don't they?
It's not what you want to go out on. Maybe Rip will turn it around in the next series. Starting to warm up. We'll see if heat starts becoming a factor.
Yes, it is. Actually, yesterday, and this is at 9 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock. This is about the time we ran our first dog yesterday.
9 o'clock on the dot.
And I think there was a stretch from 9 to 10 where it was really humid and heavy. And then the wind kicked up and the dew kind of went off and it got decent, and then it warmed up again. So, all right, Punch Clark. 7-year-old Labrador male.
Owned by Jack Pitts. Now, this is interesting. We talked earlier about the HRC guys kneeling down. Clark runs HRC tests. This dog's a Grand Hunting Retriever champion 4, and Clark stands over him, but he's wearing camo. So a little bit of mixed there, you know. He's standing over him AKC style.
So I've got a question for you. This shows my ignorance. And he's having a little trouble getting the left-handed cast here. Is there an HRC version in SRS that you have to wear camo?
It's not considered quote unquote HRC. It's if you do a hunt savvy test. You have to wear camo head and upper body. So a camo hat with a camo top. Any of the hunt test style tests, like if I was running, you know, from sitting down shooting a gun, but it's not considered hunt savvy, then I could wear a black and white hat, which is what I predominantly wear.
All right. Clark had a little bit of challenge in the first third, but settled in. The blinds are better this morning than they were yesterday morning, but that's a couple things. You've got a comeback trail established, and you've got more educated handlers.
Did you talk yesterday about the utilization of the verbal here?
Well, yeah, we did, and I said to Carl, I said the first time I heard it, I said, why are they calling the dog in? I've always felt that, yeah, we talked about it quite a bit. I've always felt like, why is a verbal over and a verbal back legal? Isn't it just another verbal cast?
It is.
And it does make sense. And but it's one of those non-conventional. Well, look at this. He's headed back to the blind.
He can't see him. He can't see him.
Like really headed back to the blind.
So,
oh my goodness.
I utilize the verbal here extensively. Started using it a couple years ago when Ray Vogt recommended it in one of his seminars. And I utilize it because I need a difference between a hunted up command and a get in here and come straight to me command. And my dogs on a come in whistle would hunt in on, they would hunt on a come in whistle, and I had to have something different. So a verbal here for me says, you're not doing something right. I need you to come in, don't hunt, but come in and let me cast you.
I've got some thoughts on that. I don't want to. No, I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I mean, and in this game, this is the only event where that verbal here is accepted.
I don't know about accepted being the proper term. Used extensively, yes.
But not, I mean, but almost in every other venue, it's essentially
I use it in master.
Okay.
I mean, if they're gonna have an issue with it, I'm gonna have a problem because I don't use a come in whistle very much. I use a verbal here.
But okay, did you hear that come in whistle?
Mm-hmm.
That's a hunt 'em up whistle.
And his tail's cracking. He's hunting on the way back.
What about that discipline? Beep, beep, beep.
Still couldn't. I tried it. I couldn't make it effective. Do you see how he used a verbal here on the blind, but he used a come in whistle on that? And that's the way you should use it. You know, your verbal here, no, you're not doing it correctly, change direction, and then a hunted up on a check down bird.
You can convey a lot of things in the emotion you put into a whistle. A softer whistle versus
You bet.
I think you can do the same on a come in, and I work hard to do that. And I'm going to explain a routine that we used to do at Handjum to maintain the discipline of a strong come in whistle. It's your. Yeah.
He saw he was going to do the same thing, go back to the middle station.
Yeah, this dog's obviously forgot this left-hand bird and was defaulting and went back to the blind. And by having that blind, I mean, it's the equivalent of having a long, you get that, when your first retrieve is long and everything else is underneath it, after that, you establish that go long. It's hard sometimes to break them down. Okay, so we would go through a procedure in pile work to reinforce the come-in whistle with discipline. I mean, and we would specifically have a more firm multiple blast. Beep, beep, beep versus a beep, beep. And we would make sure that when we blew that firm come in, they came straight in until it was just like a back cast, except it was opposite. And we would teach the dogs, and we would correct them for not doing it. And then a lot of times we would run a multiple blind and picture like a spread like a baseball field. You got a little bit, first base, second base, third base. There's Rippin with a 221. So we would intentionally put the dog upwind and deep of the blind. And we would even put holding blinds to simulate blind planters. And we would put them in the worst place you want to be on game day, which is upwind and deep. And we would blow a come in. And if they didn't come straight in, they'd get corrected. And we'd bring them in. And once they responded to that come in and came straight towards you, then we would stop and cast them downwind and finish the blind. But we would be very specific about demanding the respect of a come in whistle, because it's your lifeline. Now in field trials, you say here and you've picked up. If you've gotten 5 yards deep of a blind and you blow a come in and they come in, I mean, you get, it's not the end of the world. The other thing that's tough, it happens in nationals, because on weekend trials, most of the time when you handle it's game over anyways. But you get deep of a short bird on a mark and you blow a come in and you can't get him to respond to that come in. Well, I mean, you're going to go home, but you can survive it if if the dog will respect a come in. So now,
that bird couldn't make it. It did.
Can't tell from here.
It looked like it hung up in the winger, but I couldn't tell from my angle whether it landed or not in the proper place.
We worked hard to maintain the discipline of that. Get your butt in here whistle. And so that's just something we did. So,
And I completely.
I didn't throw the towel in saying, oh, it just means hunt them up. No, a hunt them up whistle's different than a come straight in whistle.
I 100% agree with you, and I did the same thing for many years until I discovered the power of the verbal here. It was much more effective. We use here as an obedience command, as a super powerful word.
It is. I mean, it's a form of attrition. You're going to deny the process. Had a nice blind.
That was real nice. Jet's been strong all year.
So is this our, this is our high point open dog?
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, okay, we got to watch this. This is our high point open dog from the year. Lyle and Jet. How old is Jet? 5 years old. Ooh-wee.
Yeah.
You know the breeding on this dog?
Let's see, I do not. I do know he said he was bred and trained by Dan Hurst.
Okay, Dan Hurst from Lufkin, Texas area. Dan's big dog was Bullet, who Pleasant ended up winning a national with. And we see Jet kind of peek behind that first cluster. He said, but he's going to come back and hunt a little bit short here.
Fell for it.
But he said, no, nobody's there.
Worked it out. That's your smart dog. Oh, just go a little further,
The
Jet.
open team of the year. Boy, he puts the...
Ooh, I don't know.
Decides to put a whistle on him there.
That's going to be borderline.
Borderline whether that was a handle.
In the area or to the area. To me, I think Jet was leaving the area.
Gotcha.
That's one of them decisions that's very hard to make. Comes down to a matter of a few feet, whether you're in the area. I think a judge, if they see you trying to leave the area, might be a little more inclined to not give you handle in the area. Oh, he sent him, but probably a soft send confused him a little bit. He had to resend.
Oh, he did?
Just on the shorebird, I think.
Well, yeah.
Cueing him down.
Well, he's... But you know, I don't know if they're going to worry about that, but if he sends softer, and this dog obviously doesn't have a reluctance to go. If it was combined with a dog that acted like, I don't want to do this, it's a no-go. But if it's like you said it real soft or your voice cracked, it's confusion.
I had to send one a couple times yesterday.
And if a dog has a tendency to do something like that, it's going to show up in other ways.
Sure. This dog's not lacking in style or desire, so obviously that...
All right, what do we got here? I think okay, when they recover from that right side, I am so impressed with him. Oh, and he's not.
Yeah.
Well, our team of the year handled on 2 here, and I'm sure Lyle is disappointed there, but...
We'll have to see that score and see if they call a handle 2 or in the area on the left bird. If they did, I would expect the score probably to be over 100.
Because this was a handle to the area.
This was definitely a handle to the area.
He was lining by it and had no intention of checking down.
But they could have called that bird on the left handle in the area. It'll be interesting to see.
He's certain. Now, his initial hunt was short, but to me it was, I mean, it just, if I'm just interpreting the dog, he knew there was a bird somewhere between that holding blind and there on the left bird. But this bird here, I think
this is starting to add up though here.
And here's the risk of picking up that middle bird last, is that, you know, it's the 4th bird retrieved. It's not very fresh in their mind anymore. And you went for it immediately, and there's a real merit in trying to get that bird out before their memory fades.
Was I one of the only ones, or was there others? Really? Oh my.
I think for the most part, you're the only one that consistently went for it. I think people got it or decided to go for it if a dog, there were a few.
Or got it by accident.
Or the dog kind of said, that's what I want. And they said, oh, I'll be darned. Well, go ahead and get it. But you set up and what dog was it? It was Kerrigan's dog.
Oh, Remy.
And you went for it, and the dog said, "I'm not going back in there," and went under the arc of the right bird and then bent over and got it. Like, I know it's there, but I'm just not comfortable with going on that line.
Yes.
Is that what
that was exactly right. I went back last night and watched every one of my dog's runs and listened to y'all's critiques and trying, better myself as a handler. And that's what's great about this game. You can go back and watch yourself. And
I made fantastic.
I made some mistakes, and I'm going to try to learn from them.
Listen, we all do, day in and day out. You're right, and the key point is you learn from them. There are opportunities to say, all right, what if I had to do it over? What would I do? Because you're going to be in this situation multiple times.
Right.
Did you sense Kerrigan's dog was anxious about looking in there? Because it looked on the deal like she was, and right when you sent her, she just darted to the right.
Yeah, so Remy can be a very nervous dog. So when I note her off the marks, that's not a good start for her. But I tried to make it more relaxing for her and just know here, dead, back.
Right.
But then after the blind, she got nervous. She had a kind of a weird line on her next bird that she picked up, and it made her really nervous. It kind of muddied the waters for her.
That's hard. When you say nervous, sometimes, what it is, it's motivated by, I want to do the right thing. I'm just not sure what the right thing is.
Right. Now, Ernie D'Antoni owns Cruise, and Ernie has run quite a few of these events himself and been at the Crown several times. And I asked him at the banquet, I said, so why is Luke, because most of his dogs were qualified by both Luke and Ernie in both the AM and the Open. So I asked him, he said, I've just been super busy and haven't been able to train as much as I wanted to, and I felt the dogs would be better off.
What's Ernie's other dog that Luke ran earlier?
Waylon?
Yes.
Did very well.
Yeah, that's the dog that I've seen Ernie run. He said, "Oh, me darned."
Well, most people know Ernie from Bang. Bang was one of the greats.
Right, gotcha. All right, so solid block, going for the right-hand bird. Seems very confident something's over there.
I did that in the morning yesterday because they smell that path that Bird Boy walks out on, and it checks them down a little bit, but it wasn't successful in the afternoon. I wasn't able to do it as well.
Interesting, you're right. So did you fight harder for the look right at the bird, or?
In the afternoon I did, and it didn't work out either.
Yeah, because sometimes, usually, my procedure is get under the arc.
Well, you see that white goose decoy, so on the right bird, you either try to go right of it or left of it. In the morning, it's better to go right.
The fall of the bird itself is the left of it?
To the left of it, just barely left of it.
Okay, you see what Luke move immediately left, and just to make sure he can watch.
That's a good move. Oh, it didn't get the wind. Did not get the wind. I think this happened earlier to him, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, handling on. Okay, well, is Hilda the only dog to do all the marks this morning without handling on any of them?
To my memory, yes, but my memory's not so good.
No,
Ask my wife.
She got beat up by being on the wrong side of that decoy, but I was just curious, have we had? And I think it's the mark of a good test when dogs have handled on every bird in this, every mark on this test. So there hasn't been there's not a weak mark in here.
No, I mean, yesterday I seemed to be able to pick up the middle bird nicely, and then I couldn't pick up one of the outside two birds. It was very frustrating. Excellent bird placement by the judges.
It really is. Really is. All right.
That wasn't a bad run.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Pretty quick handle on the left bird. Short hunt on the right bird. Good blind.
Do you feel like you're on college game day here? Where's Kirk Herbstreit? Is he coming in?
You're a big football fan, aren't you?
I'm a big sports guy. All right, everybody. They're gonna do a rebird. We're gonna take a short commercial break, and just to remind you, I'm here with Rhodey Best, and we're at the 2025 Super Retriever Series Crown Championship, presented by Purina Pro Plan.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship, presented by Purina Pro Plan. Pro Plan fuels more sporting dog champions than any other brand. Trusted by professionals and proven by champions. By the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission. Visit Shreveport-Bossier. By Garmin and Lucky Duck Kennels. The United Kennel Club and Splash Pools. And by Louisiana Tourism. Explore Louisiana.
Pro Plan Sport. Trusted by experts in their fields. Proven in ours. With 30% protein and 20% fat to fuel strength and stamina, and amino acids to promote muscle recovery. It's high-performance nutrition that keeps hunting dogs strong. In the field, on the water, and everywhere you go. Get the Pro Plan advantage. Pro Plan Sport.
Your business attire is blaze orange. Your best friend loves having their head scratched. The fields are your refuge. You're obsessed with the journey. We're obsessed with the gear.
Your most devoted friend doesn't put on his seatbelt or stand on two legs. You are his keeper, and you'll do anything to protect that bond. The Lucky Duck Kennel is 5-star crash test rated. It's durable, dependable, and secure. If keeping your dog safe from the unpredictable wasn't enough, we made it lightweight, customizable, and right here in America. Lucky Duck, because loyalty goes both ways.
If you can catch it, grill it, fry it, film it, play it, or fly it, we revel in it. We have enough flavor, style, and soul for 2 cities. We've got a saying, if you find your place, you'll find your people. Come here and you'll find what we're made of. A little this, a little that, a whole lot of us.
ProPlan believes exceptional nutrition fuels more than the days in your life. It fuels the life in your days. ProPlan. Fuel for life.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship presented by Purina Pro Plan would like to thank all of our sponsors for their generous gifts to the Winner's Circle.
In my Louisiana, sunrise means fresh seafood on the table.
My Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic, from sun up to sundown.
Till sun up again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
ProPlan Sport is trusted by pros and proven by champions. With 30% protein and 20% fat to fuel strength and stamina, and amino acids to promote muscle recovery. It's high-performance nutrition that keeps hunting dogs strong. In the field, on the water, and everywhere you go. Get the ProPlan advantage. ProPlan Sport.
It's game day at Raising Cane's. If you want to order like a champ, forget about X's and O's. The only play you're running is chicken. So what combo are you picking? We've got tailgates of hand-battered, cooked-to-order chicken fingers and cane sauce, and jugs of freshly made tea and lemonade. This season is about to be unbeatable. Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
Training the dogs is one thing, but training the people, that's really where it is. The because now they can be better to their dogs. Their dogs can trust them more, and they're going to be more successful. And I've done a lot of coaching of people at nationals, and it's really what turns me on, is putting together the dog-handler combination and helping them understand each other. And well, success is bound to happen when you can do that.
The Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission is here to help you with your amateur, collegiate, professional, or Olympic sporting event. Centrally located in the Arklatex area, Shreveport-Bossier is a premier sports destination, ideal for hosting sporting events of any size. With our wide variety of venues, including stadiums, convention centers, rivers, and universities, we are sure to have the perfect location for any event. Our team is ready to make your event a success. Visit us online at ShreveportBossierSports.com or on Facebook at Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission and let us host your next event.
Welcome back to the Super Retriever Series, sponsored by Purina Pro Plan. Carl Gunzer and Rody Best here. I'm stepping in for Pat for a few minutes as we kick off again. So, what's our next dog, Rody?
We are down to the last 20 dogs.
All right.
And up the line is Owen Hall. I believe this is Silo. Well, we had a no bird right out of the gate.
Yeah, that's the way it goes.
Silo's owned by Michael Hood from Georgia. These are the Georgia boys. I wonder if they're representing today with their tailgate party.
Who do the dogs play today? They lost last week. So. I don't know if that was just short or flat or what. I looked up and never saw the bird. So.
It must have been a low bird.
Yeah. Yeah, low. Oh, it's long. Really long. Yeah, you wouldn't want that one.
Leah, are the Georgia boys being represented? Y'all representing Georgia over there somewhere?
We're not dress attire. We're not like y'all decked out right there. Y'all got it going on at your tent.
I like that Leah's decked in Pro Plan represented.
There you go. We have a new deal this year that Shannon put in place. We're having a tailgate party, and every handler and group is representing their collegiate alma mater or favorite.
Boy, that right-hand bird is hard to see in that shadow, you know.
Silo is completely trained by Southern Way, who Owen represents, owned by, Justin Hergert's group. I really like to see that. It's a common thing here. Probably, I would say half the dogs get bought, already trained in move camps and stuff. You don't see a lot of dogs that are completely raised in one program.
Right.
Is that something you used to experience in the field trial world?
Yeah. I think, you'd see dogs move or dogs that would, in the field trial game, there's a lot of trainers that just do young dogs, specialize in young dogs, and then they move to an all-age pro. But then there's a few groups that, like what I did, is everything from force fetch to all age. So it kind of just depends.
Well, Owen is, I had the, I don't know if you call it privilege of running against him, because he whooped my rear end several SRSs this year. But an outstanding young man representing the sport. Super level-headed, very talented.
He's doing a good job here. I mean, that was well done.
I believe he told me this year, I was talking to him, he'd been with Justin since he was 14, really? And I think he's 20 if I know correctly.
So I haven't watched as much this morning. What's been most people going left next, or that looks like what Justin or what Owen's doing here.
It's been a mix.
Yeah.
I'd say more people are going left in general, yes. And they've been shooting outside of those 3 white decoys, and about 2 or 3 have missed winding the bird on their way past it.
And I saw that a little bit early. And here's the other thing that can happen, was checking at those decoys. So that's where it gets tricky, because I'm sure there he can see the dog a little bit, but it gets behind that.
Yeah, we saw Clark's dog Punch do this earlier, and they kind of get stuck in no man's land. They don't know where to go.
They feel like they're leaving the area, and there's a lot of foot traffic there. You know, early morning, then there's dew there. Those dogs feel all that foot traffic. They can smell other dogs have hunted there.
That's a good recovery, though. My dog Macy, yesterday, one of my dogs, Macy, did the same thing, got hung up on the front edge of that mound where those 3 white decoys are, and it floored me. And I just don't think they get a good depth perception of that mark when it's thrown. There's a very little slot that you get to see it, and I don't think they can see it hit the ground.
Yeah. You know, it's easy for us being up high, especially here in the booth, but down there, it's lower, and then at a dog's level, it's even lower, so they're really, it's harder for them to judge the depth of it.
Looks like he's going right bird next. And I'm curious to know his hand position there. I know for myself, I'm not gonna put my hand out in front of the dog like I do on a blind or a long mark. I'm not gonna put my hand in on a check down bird. And so I'm gonna watch him on this next bird and see if he puts his hand in, if he definitely uses that as a teaching tool.
He put it in, but yet it was still a soft send, you know, so it was kind of maybe a reinforcement of the look. You know, a lot of time people put their hand in on a long bird or a punch, but that was
his hand was
maybe for reinforcement.
Well, it was out, but it was not in the dog's field of view. I didn't feel like. I feel it was a little behind. I don't think he had a choice there but to handle. The dog had established a hunt at the short bird and was probably going to be heading towards the middle bird.
Yep. Yeah, I heard you coaching somebody here recently, and I think that was really good advice. You know, you go up there with a plan, but be ready to abort that plan, because you don't know what that, you know, if your dog doesn't see a bird or doesn't react well to a bird, you can go up there with the intention of a plan, but you know, if your dog sees 2, I mean, you save the one he doesn't see for last. You know, you get what you can good when you can get it.
Sure.
And I think you want to have a plan, but you want to have a way to react.
Well, and you'll hear a lot of the handlers at this SRS game say this. Mike Tyson said everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth.
That's right.
And that'll happen to you at the SRS. You'll get punched in the mouth right out of the gate, and then you just got to kind of recover, you know.
That's right.
Working this bird good. Now, his hand was definitely more in the dog's field of view, so I think he did use that. Good line. Let's see if he gets wind. Did not apparently catch wind, and I think Owen was worried that he was going to blow back to the old fall of the blind, which is why the judges put that bird there. They're just not winning this bird, which helps the blind, makes the blind easier to run, but it definitely makes picking up the mark harder.
I'm gonna work on that. We're about to do the play of the day, Rhodey, after this dog, and I don't know what.
I know.
Okay, so you take the lead. I cut my mic.
Plant the blind, please. Plant the blind. All right, here we go. Guns up.
Cruz and Luke Cooler with a 63. I believe that was just handled on the left bird. Ran a good blind, so I'd say that 60 to 80 point range is our average, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Go ahead and introduce play day.
We are going to cut to a Purina play of the day real quick. And this is a run yesterday the judges recognized as a super run by Sam McCurry and his dog Cedar.
You got to show your strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah.
I think they show that to the judges.
This test, they'll figure that out soon enough.
All right, well.
Well, a good initial line. Holy.
He's off like a rocket.
You know, it's one of those blinds that it makes it kind of scary to spectate.
Lord.
But
Are you going to line this?
But what do you do when your dog's going
just
straight?
did, didn't he?
Yeah, there you go. Well,
that's one way to do it.
That's how you do it. Yeah. That always scares me to death, right? I mean, on a keyhole tight.
Yeah.
But
because you haven't even checked the brakes yet.
Yeah, exactly.
You hadn't even
Especially with a busy background. I always worried at a national, you know, if you let them roll out there 300 yards.
Right. And they
the
haven't
first
found
time
you
they
yet?
turn
Yeah.
around,
And they
got
have
a
to
lot
figure
to
out
look
where
at.
you are.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that one.
But did not matter today.
No.
And there you go. You saw Sam and his dog Cedar line that blind. I believe that was the only dog to do it all day. Am I wrong?
I saw about 2 dogs, one whistle it, and that was the one that lined it.
Sam just recently retired from the Air Force. Appreciate your service, Sam. And his dog Cedar has qualified now for her second SRS Crown Championship. We have dog number 19 at the line. This is Chris Deacon and his dog Tig.
That looked like a pretty good job on the blind while we were going through that. You know, from here we can't see, unless we've got it on video, we can't see where the dog is on those decoys, but he didn't fight too much in there. It sounded like he was wanting to go to that poison bird a little bit, but cast away from it.
Yeah, he used a verbal command, leave it,
Yeah.
to tell the dog that he's not going to get to pick it up. Now he's kind of hunting in no man's land. I'd say he established a hunt for the right bird, but got pretty close to that middle bird there. Chris is a retired deputy sheriff. I got the privilege of running with him up in Minnesota this summer. Got to see him run, remember seeing him at Lindsay Lab's SRS event in July. Still working out that short bird. He's close there.
That's hard to wind in there. I've seen it all morning. Dogs have been in there, can't come up with that bird. Have had to handle back to that area.
You got to give him credit for working out that area, but now he's coming in too short. He really was working that area where the bird boy has been walking out to pick up a bird if we have a no bird. But in order to wind it, he's got to get off that tree line more.
Yeah, the depth is tough on that bird. I saw people handling yesterday and couldn't quite get the depth on it. Even handlers struggled with it.
Oh, like I said, I went back and watched my runs last night, and 2 of my dogs I handled too short of that bird and cost myself some valuable whistles, yeah. And I got to run it 9 times and still couldn't figure out the depth. There's just nothing to mark off of. You know, there's some deep brush in the background there, and you can see right there's some tracks going down the fence line. If they hit them tracks, it's not good for a checkup bird. These judges have shown they are not afraid to penalize dogs for wandering, which is points that can add up as the dog wanders in and out of the area. I think Chris is going to try and probably, I would assume he's going to try and get a handle in the area here when the dog pops back out.
Yeah, he's got the whistle back in his mouth here. Boy, he's sort of been all around it.
I think he's got to get a little more to the left.
Yeah, agreed. That's one of the first ones we've really seen check into the tree line there a little bit.
Squirrel hunting. I had one do it yesterday. This is something I don't do enough of. These tree line marks with nothing to mark off of.
Mm-hmm. They're super hard. All right, now we're gonna handle.
Yeah, and this is gonna be a handle to the area. I think Chris read the dog was giving up and coming back in, and unfortunately didn't take advantage of the opportunity when the dog was in the area, but really after the first, 20 seconds, never really made it back into the area where he could take advantage of that.
Yeah, at first he started his hunt, he was a little bit left of the bird, and then got right of it and just sort of hung right. I think he's hanging off the scent of that holding blind. And
should get it right there. No. This dog is starting to get hot too, so we're going to see some mouth breathing, which is going to inhibit the ability to smell. I had a dog yesterday. I was running Kaizen, and he was all over that bird.
I remember.
Smell it.
I remember.
And as a handler, you just start going, well, I'm going to put them deep. I'm going to put them left. I'm going to put them right. I mean, they're going to find it eventually. Not only you as a handler start to struggle up there and feel the pressure to find this bird, but the dog starts to give up on you.
Frustrated. Yeah.
Like, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to go back into hunt mode because you obviously are not putting me on the bird.
You've tried, but.
There's that verbal here that we haven't heard a whole lot of today, but I think, and like I was talking to Pat earlier, I think it's an advantage to get a dog out of an area that you don't want them hunting in anymore.
Yeah, because in training, so often a come-in whistle is to a bird, but here is more of a command, and it's pay attention, come here, and you tend to get a little better response to it.
I'd like to see a lot of the venues be more open-minded to the use of the word.
Yeah.
I think traditionally it's been a recall, you're done, you're finished, you're calling your dog in, but I know I as a handler and other handlers use that word as a command to come straight to you.
Yep.
But the perception has been that it's intimidating, but in my mind, like Pat said, an over, we can say a verbal over, we can say a verbal back.
Yell back, and that sounds a lot more intimidating at times.
You don't think yesterday we heard some loud verbal intimidating backs off the poison bird?
There were some growls. Yeah.
I used it several times. My dog was standing on top of that poison bird.
Oh. Boy, this is a tough deal. I've felt Chris's pain here before.
There it is.
Just, man.
That dog was all around them. I think sometimes you just get a bird drops down into a little spot or a little clump or something.
Yep. Like you said, he's gotten a little warm
and. Chris said his strength as a handler is staying calm while competing, so he had to stay calm right there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Chris said that when Tig was 5 months old, she crawled into the front-loading clothes dryer and laid in it like it was her kennel.
Oh my gosh. Well, she went straight to the area here. I mean, like split the decoys and straight to it.
That's pretty good memory after that.
Yeah, no
on
kidding.
The bird.
No kidding. That was a.
Well, we're gonna see how much damage that hurt him, because still got one to go, but that right bird is gonna have quite a bit of damage on those points.
Yeah.
What do you think on this middle bird now?
Boy, she came back and set up pretty positive here. I don't know if she was just got an optimistic attitude, but it'd be hard to check down after doing all that.
Well, I'm sure Pat's got a word for it, but if you noticed, he pointed the bird, the line that he wanted from the dog with the bird in the mouth before he took the bird. I don't know if you...
Looks like she's sort of set up on the longer clump of hay bales and stuff, deep.
So let's say you have a dog that is lined up for that middle bird, and you're only getting one look, or two looks, one to the left side of that mound and one to the right side of the mound. Knowing what you've seen yesterday and today, which one of those looks would you take? If you can't get them to look straight at the mound.
I always like the under the arc, typically. Now this is a winger bird, so it's a long ways, but I would say generally I'd go for under the arc and hopefully the downwind side. I think you can get information from two places if you're under the arc, either from the bird or from the gun. If you try to go to the right of that, which is outside that mark, the only information you can get is from the left. So for me, I'd probably push under the arc of that.
I think you're dead on. I think that's exactly what I've tried to do. You just get a few of those dogs, those big rollers that'll run out to that blind, but if you can check them down just enough and get them to get through into that slot and locate the station, they have a pretty successful, they have some options there that's not going to get them in trouble. Now, you try to go the right side, they get deep of that. The blind
to help them.
There's nothing to slow them down.
The only reason I hesitated at all, this one is a little bit different because you've run that blind under that arc, and that changes things a little bit because you've been out there. But at the same time, I think, you know, and the wind here is from the right, so that's the best option to get a little whiff of that bird going by, and hopefully they realize they've been deep, and now you've checked them a couple times. Maybe they can stay in that mindset.
I think as a handler, you have to help the dog. So if you get that look and you're making those options, you have to tell the dog where you want them to go, and don't just let them pick.
And in this case, we saw, I think it was Clark yesterday, a quick handle. Like, you can tell when they're coming through there. If they're blowing through there, stop them and it's over. And they're in the area, so that's just a quick handle in the area. If you go outside, you let them hunt. Now you've got a hunt and a handle. So I think on paper it works a lot better just to stop them quick and put them on that bird if you see them going through.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get a handle in the area because he's not indicated hunt, but that's an easy way to recover from that.
Yeah.
Much harder to recover from the right side.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Mr. Scott Greer just recently elected into the Super Retriever Series Hall of Fame with his dog Liza. I don't know that saw that mark. Didn't look in the direction of the dog's head. Didn't get a good look at that bird, I don't think. This is Piper, and I have run against Piper all year, and Piper is a very consistent dog. Look at all them titles.
So if you're running and your dog doesn't see that right bird at all, you save it for last typically?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the right play. You know, if this was a field trial and you'd had an imprint of a gunner in white over there, that would help give the dog a little bit of a memory of something to the right. But if it doesn't see anything there, you basically just run a blind.
There, you got to get to the right of that second decoy. He saw it.
There we go. Ooh.
Come on, Piper. There you go. Now get the verbal left.
A little bit of it. There you go.
Yeah, and it looked to me like he gave the cast a fraction of a second before using his voice. That way the dog saw the cast that time.
She's looking. We can see her.
Man, this is a 5-year-old dog. I can't count the number of dogs I've seen this morning that are 5- and 6-year-olds. This event is only going to get harder each year with these super talented young
dogs. You bet.
Golly. I mean, a 5-year-old, the dog's already a Super Retriever Series champion, Grand Hunting Retriever champion ×4, qualified all age, master hunter, and master national hunter. Jeez. Scott's from Tennessee, and you can see he's wearing his orange colors beneath his handler's jacket, supporting his alma mater. I've been running with Scott for too many years to count. He and I are we've been doing this a long time. And he is a good guy, good family man, good Christian, and just a great dog trainer.
Right.
Nice line on that bird. Come on, get rewarded. That's what I always say, get rewarded. get rewarded.
That was what we were talking about. That was the line, but maybe she didn't catch the depth on it. So
now to me, I would pick up middle bird.
That looks like what he's doing.
Yeah. I think he intended to pick up the right bird. Now, we'll see when he comes. I'm assuming he's going to go left, and then he's going to come back to the right bird.
You bet.
We'll see how comfortable his dog is going back down that path, because I'm assuming he's going to have to put her under the arc probably for her to be comfortable with that.
Yeah, you bet. You bet. And then hopefully just send a little softer and hope she gets a little information as she goes by.
See how loud he sends. Medium.
Medium, yeah. For a medium bird, I think that's a good idea.
Don't cave in. Keep going. Keep going, girl.
It was fun. I got to know Scott a little bit
nice
this summer. That was perfect. Scott came into St. Louis to Purina. He's been a long time pro plan feeder, and he came in and we gave him a little tour of the plant, like you've been there. He got a tour of the plants and everything. It was great to get to know him a little better. I never ran against Scott because I was out west and ran field trials, so I've known who he was for years, and we've met a couple times, but I never really got to know him until this past August.
Yeah, that was a super privilege. That really opened my eyes to the level of detail that Purina puts into all of their product process, and how much y'all try to keep everything sanitized and perfect. And I had no idea that the dog food world was so intricate.
Right. All right, so just as you guessed, he tried to pull over to the right a little bit under the arc, a soft send, and this is a pretty savvy dog. You know, she's being smart.
I think she initially checked up on this camera station here, and then wasn't rewarded, didn't find anything, and now she's located the second station, and now we should see the smarts kick in a little bit.
All right, stay there. Let's not curse her. Come on.
That station is extremely well hidden.
Yeah.
The only way a dog's gonna mark off of it is with their nose.
Yeah.
I don't think visually they're gonna see it.
Yeah. And the wind feels a little more from the right, maybe even a little bit off of our, I think the wind is tough this morning to win that bird right there. You got to be to the left of it.
It seems to be getting
downwind.
Harder.
Yeah.
Harder to find. I mean, we saw Chris Deacon struggling to find it, and now Piper's struggling.
Yep.
Yeah, 253 for Chris and Tig.
Yeah. As you indicated, that hunt over there on the right, they just kept clicking up the points.
I don't think they have the patience to watch a dog hunt forever. They're really getting you for it. So, as a handler, everybody watching this is going, okay, if I get into a situation, I'm going to handle pretty quick.
Well, the AKC rule book always said a quick handle is preferable to a long hunt, but when to handle and all that it's hard. It's a tough decision in the moment.
Well, and used to the rule was only 10 points for a handle, and you saw a lot of handlers would quickly handle on a lot of marks, and that was a reputation of a lot of Super Retriever Series dogs for a long time, was they couldn't mark because we handled so quickly to avoid the penalty of all the points for hunting. And so now we've gotten 20-point penalties, and now you've got a fine line to draw between when to handle and when of. If you let your dog hunt for 30, 45 seconds a minute, you're accruing points.
Right.
And then when you do handle, you're getting additional
more points. Yeah.
I mean, it adds up fast.
Yeah. Well, we've seen that in some of the scores.
It's a hard decision to make as a handler. And now the only time it's easy is when you have a dog just flat blowing through an area and they're not stopping.
That's right.
You know then, but when they start hunting, you're like, well, can I wait till they get in the area, or are they not gonna get in the area? I've got to make a decision here.
All right. Next we've got John and Nike.
John is no stranger to the SRS game. He's been here, done that for many years. He's out of Steve Endurance's camp.
Mm-hmm.
That bird to me looks shorter than we were getting yesterday.
Is that right?
Is it just this angle?
The last few I've seen have been a little flatter, not as much arc. I don't know.
I think we have different throwers today.
Could be.
Could be. Probably a little bit of. This is Nike.
Another young dog.
4-year-old. My gosh.
And as such, still has 3 grand passes and 2 master national plates.
Did you spent how many years as a trainer?
20.
20 years.
Yeah.
Would you say you noticed a considerable progression of better trainers, better dogs throughout your career, or more towards the end with the technology that we have as far as the social media, the web, and all that kind of thing? Or did you see a pretty consistent progression throughout your whole career?
I felt like the timing of my career was such that, it was the advent of more videos and educational materials by, Lardy and
Lardy was pretty much the handbook back then, wasn't it?
Yeah, and they really, get out of there now.
Watch that decoy, he bumped it with his leg.
They were sort of, really helped educate people and really change the game, not so much in the dogs they trained, but in the people that they trained. So I think it did get better. You saw more good young dogs, but even when I started, that was a time of Len Ferrucci with Chena River Tug and Ripple and Chavez, and I mean those dogs, they were field champions while they were in the Derby or even out of the Derby. I mean, it was pretty amazing to see these, dogs that are just 2 years old and field champions. So, but you only get so many good years. Sometimes you can take them young or you can take them late. A lot of those dogs that were really impressive as 2-year-olds, they didn't have the good career as a 8, 9, 10-year-old, which we see now. So I think a lot of people bring these dogs along a little slower and have a good long career. Well, he looks pretty positive. He's looking coming out there.
I think in the last
looks good.
5-6 years, we've seen huge changes. A lot of, courses coming out online for training retrievers, and there's just a massive amount of information out there now where it wasn't before.
Right.
That bird was really short in my
opinion. Boy, it was. Wow.
That's not a bad place. I mean, the dogs are wanting to be there today, so.
I didn't see that one hit the ground, but obviously John marked it and knew where it was and did a good job putting him on it.
Nike's owned by John's son, Hunter Lamar. Big shout out to Hunter. He's been playing this game himself for a long time. He's a vet, spent many years in school. He's a dang good vet too.
Now he's going right back for the middle bird here.
Splitting the difference. Piper and Greer there with a 142.
That's what we talked about before. If you miss that bird on the outside, it's pretty hard to roll into it,
It seems to be hard to handle too as well.
Yeah.
Even, I feel like you can get a right overcast easier than this left over that they're asking for.
Yep.
I'm watching a flag that's blowing, and it looks like the wind is right to left, so I'd really try to get the dog in the gap between the first and second bales of hay,
yeah.
And then try to get that cast on the downwind side. There's a verbal here. And look at the effectiveness of it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Really got that dog out of hunt mode.
She saw him that time. That one there. I don't know if he got a little longer throw. Again, she's got to get more left.
Yeah, I think left is the key.
And she's a little deep
left
too.
Back. Left back. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong bell. He's in front of the third set and needs to get over in front of the second set. He's right of your screen there, right of the angle you're looking at. And needs to get left of that second. There you see him. Now good left back. Really wants to go to the right.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's a little short of it. I think he needs to go deeper.
Yeah. And the way that wind is, they got to be just deep of it to wind it. Right in there should get it. Yeah, that wind's a little more off our right shoulder now.
Nike is 3 for 3 at the Grand and 2 for 2 at the Master Nationals. Boy, nowhere to go but down from there. That's pretty impressive. John says Nike belongs to my son Hunter, and he and his wife had their first child, his first grandchild, in May.
All right.
So Hunter let him run Nike and try to get qualified for the Crown.
I got
Congratulations, Hunter. Now this line here, you've got to get left of those 3 white decoys. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah. And the dog wants to look back right here. He stepped up on him pretty good. And I think he got the line he wanted.
Kind of got that blind run to him, you know, like he's on a blind. Maybe he'll catch Sam.
There you go. All right, well, put that one between his feet.
Number 16 is up next. Looks like Mr. Bobby Wills coming.
Yeah, coming with Max. So
we're going to have to show some of the teams that did the tailgate party today. Who supported their team the most.
Who's A&M playing today?
You know, I'm ashamed to say I don't even know.
That's all right.
I watched them play last weekend against Auburn.
Yeah.
I don't watch a lot of football.
Yeah.
And I feel like every time I watch them, I curse them. So I try not to watch much.
Well, it's probably usually have a game when it's your game day too, so you got to stay focused on what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm busy most Saturdays and Sundays and not free to watch much TV.
Yeah. All right, this is an 8-year-old dog. So Master Hunter, qualified all age.
Quite a few yellows here.
There has been a lot of yellows. There has been. He's looked at the camera a couple times.
Waiting for that breaking bird.
Yeah, making sure there's not a pop-up.
Max is owned by Don Collins from Wildwood, Missouri.
All right, not too far out of St. Louis.
That's a great position to be in. Getting the verbal left.
Yeah.
That's a great spot, yes.
Yeah. Come back real straight. Yep.
Great move by Bobby. You can't see it from here, but the dog is about 10 yards to the left of the blind at that point. And from your angle, it looks like they're disappearing behind the mound, but they're actually on line.
That was a really nice blind. I mean, that's just the way I'd want to run it. You know, lining it like the play of the day is cool, but it's pretty risky, you know. I think that was pretty smart handling there.
Again, I'm just shocked at how few of dogs have picked up that point.
It is amazing.
It's disheartening, though, to come all the way to the Crown after a year's worth of work and prep and pick up a poison.
Yeah, and have it over with like that.
So I'm not too upset that not many dogs have picked it up.
Right. Boy, we haven't seen that since I've been up here.
Wow.
Just went out and stomped that bird. It looked like I mean, he went like he knew where he was going, which is always nice.
Definitely appears to be beneficial to be right of that white goose decoy.
Yeah, that's right. If you're left of that, boy, the dog needs to then bend into the wind. And on a short bird, a lot of times they like to just slide because you haven't sent them very firm.
So a little history on Max. Before beginning with Bobby, he was with Jimmy Darnell.
Oh, all right.
And ran field trials. He suffered a major injury when he was with his owner in January of 23 and had surgery and 10 months of rehab.
Wow.
And it didn't appear initially that Max could handle training and competition, but Bobby was willing to work with him and see if Max could handle it. And after a while, a couple months, they decided he was ready and able to compete in the SRS, and here he is at the Crown Championship.
What? I mean, he is all over this bird.
Sometimes that's a winger bird, so
yeah,
to make the throw consistent, but sometimes you get a bounce that lands into that brush.
Yep. And he went right to, I mean, the dog knew where he was going.
Just not able to wind it.
Well, shout out to Jimmy if he's watching. Jimmy I've known for a long time. Friend.
I like
But there's a case of a dog going straight to the area, establishing a hunt in the area, and just getting a little help.
Bobby, obviously an experienced professional, knew how to handle that situation and keep him from getting in too much trouble.
Mm-hmm.
So Max's injury was to his front left leg, apparently fell into a ditch. No bones were fractured, but the tendons and ligaments associated with his wrist were damaged. Ended up having to have a metal plate inserted into the leg to allow the tendons and ligaments to fuse together to heal. And then he rehabbed 7 months doing underwater treadmill and exercise 3 times a week.
I'll tell you, it doesn't sound right, but if I had to make the choice between pulling a bunch of tendons and tearing that stuff and breaking a bone, you know, a bone will heal in 6 to 8 weeks, and those tendons and stuff, boy, they can be recurring issues. Man, he went out there and hunted just like he knew where he was going.
Yeah, and that's going to be a handle to the area there.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Dog was leaving the area and out of it. Bobby, being a smart handler, has opened up his window and gone way left so he can see the dog. It's after Max came back from rehab and the injury, he won an SRS.
Really? Well, he looks like a talented dog, man.
Big duck hunting dog.
Thank you.
All right, time for Bougie.
Jason Flaster from Nebraska. Jason's an electrician, I believe.
We have a few electricians.
These notebooks were prepared for us to be able to look up the information and be able to quickly find a dog and get information on the dog. Big shout out to Kristen Best, my wife, Paige, and Kara in our office for putting these together.
I wondered who did this.
Yeah, in years past, we've had to look up the information on the phone, and it can be kind of cumbersome, and then you're also not able to get good service, so you can't find the information quickly. This allows us to put out some of that information some of the viewers want to see and know a little bit about the dog. This is a good way for us to be able to look it up quickly and go over it. Jason stole my name for a dog. I was going to name a dog that. I love that name.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got a problem at the walk-up bird. Bird one.
Bird one, can you hear me?
Bird one might be asleep.
Yeah, he walked up to the mat and passed behind us rooting for Tennessee. Yeah, he went up to the mat and the gun never went off, so they put him back in the holding blind. They just tested and the gun fired, and maybe we'll be ready. Here he comes again.
We had some issues yesterday, but overall I'd say these guys today are doing a little better job, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. I mean, there's always a few little hiccups when you're throwing birds, but it's been pretty darn good.
Let me ask you, as a handler, you know, we call that a no bird, right? When the dog comes up to the line, doesn't get a good throw, something goes wrong, we have to go back. You as a handler, did no birds bother you that much?
It depends. The only thing that would, and it probably rattles the handler more than the dog, but in an AKC trial where you shoot a flyer, if they see that flyer and that flyer goes way out of the area or the flyer's really close, you know, you come right back and that dog's thinking about that flyer. If the flyer hasn't gone off, I'd be happy to come right back and give your dog another look at him. So it just sort of depends on the issue. Like here with what we're doing with the SRS, I think it's great to come right back.
I've had a lot of no birds over my career, and I've never once complained that I didn't feel it was the right thing or fair to do, because yeah, if you got a high roller up there, it's not fun to have to come back to the line and let them see all them throws again, because it just gets them further jacked up. But I feel like being fair to the dog and getting the same run for every dog is super important, and especially at this event, after, you know, in the national and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You've got to be fair to every dog. Bougie's having a little trouble seeing Jason. He's just a little short of the blind. I think he thinks he's there. There he goes. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, you know, and depending on when you come off the line, your tone and demeanor with that dog can impact him too. You know, if you have that high roller like you're talking about, they go up there and they're bouncing and you get your no bird. You know, when you go back to the holding blind, you say, hey, no, come here. You know, just give him a little
the dog
tone, and the dog thinks, well, hey, wait a minute, I didn't do what I needed to do, right? So I didn't get my reward here. So you can sort of use it to your advantage if you're smart.
And I have done that. You?
Of course, of course.
I think that's one of the things that I've, you know, one of the stereotypes is that field trial dogs aren't good at the line. And I went and watched the 10th series of the National last year and was completely impressed by the quality of the line manners of almost all the dogs.
Yeah, I think that's been one of the big changes. Ooh, just missed it. I mean, went in there looking. Is deep. This is going to be a tough recovery here.
Yeah, we haven't seen many recover from there. There's not anything back there to keep them, or to get them to come in.
Yeah, and then what can happen is you get deep, and then if you start drifting away from that tree line, you might end up with a middle bird, and now you've burned the line, and
it's
looks
very
like
hard.
she's going deeper. I think we're probably going to have to handle
the handler
here.
can see that because that cover's so thick.
Yeah.
And this is, again, what I said earlier. You've accrued some points for wandering, and now you've had to engage the dog and handle to the area. That damage it's a lot.
Yeah. So probably maybe 20 points for being deep and out of the area, another 20 for handling. We're probably at, and now multiple handles. Yeah, that's tough.
And if you're watching this and you're thinking about running this someday, let me give you a piece of advice on the come-in whistle. Every time you engage the dog, you are getting a cast, which is a 2-point penalty.
Yep.
So if you have a tendency to go tweet, 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 every time you do that, it's 2, 4, 6, 8.
So give the command and let him.
Yes.
Let him.
And
give him a chance to respond.
I even made the mistake yesterday of going here, tweet, tweet, tweet. I gave myself 4 points. And I don't know why in the world I did that. Jason's taking his time, making sure a piece of that dog is on that mat. His other dog, Cash, is a really super nice dog and ran in the open several times this year and did well in the open, running against the pros. Now let's see if Bougie wins it.
It's a pace. It's a good pace, but she's a little hot.
Oh, stopped a little short of it. Come on. That might help.
Yeah.
Might. Smart handle. That dog had indicated hunt.
Mm-hmm.
Bird's a little deep though. Needed to get a little further to be able to smell it.
Yeah, you know, that's something that really can't be overstated, is the importance of the handler marking your birds here. You know, and in training we always say, you know, you really need to watch your dog, and but here you've really got to mark your birds and know if it's, you know, because these can be 5, even 10 feet apart, different. And if you watch the previous dog, and you know, you got a handle to an area in thick cover, you need to be able to put them on it.
Well, and these birds, I mean, let's be honest, they bounce a little bit. Sometimes they bounce forward, sometimes they bounce backwards. And
It's like kicking a football. You
that's
don't know.
right. You've got to watch that. And there's a human element to the throwing. You're going to get some with a high arc that land short, some with a low arc that go a little long.
Yep.
I always, in a test where we're using birds and a flyer, I always tell people dead controlled birds are going to land almost in the same spot every time. Your flyer is where you need to be paying attention.
You got to watch them.
Watch the flyer, and on the other birds, watch your dog.
Yep. Yep.
I don't know about, I think that was a handle to the area. I think Bougie was going to keep on rolling. Isn't that kind of the fine question every time a handler has? Were they in the area? Were they not?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That's where that 20 points can really play a factor. Especially as we get down later in the series, and 20 points is a make the cut or not make the cut.
That's right. So, tell me, we've seen a lot of dogs that have cued on the cameraman that's short. You know, he's in a blind, but he's visible. All the dogs see him. When you're training and getting ready for the crown, do you put a short blind out, or have a person stand out there and not do anything, just kind of be there for the test so the dog doesn't expect something to happen every time there's a short blind? Or you think that's short enough, the dog's mostly discarded? But we know we've both seen a couple dogs hunt it short.
I'd say if I was a smart fella, I should probably do that. But quite honestly, I do not.
Right.
In a long time ago, see, that's a low, hard to see throw in that shadow.
Yeah.
A long time ago, we would put all the stuff out, because this jib behind the dog, I haven't seen a dog. Have you seen a single dog get nervous with it?
No.
Back in the old days, we used to see dogs just freak out.
I'll be darned.
They were not comfortable with it.
Yeah.
Great blind.
Yeah.
Couldn't figure out the marks.
This is Larry and Ike. I don't have a page on him. Maybe you do here.
Let's see.
I'm dealing with Pat's playbook here that looks like...
I do.
All right.
Larry is retired and from Bethpage, Tennessee.
All right, another volunteer. And Ike, we both had a dog named Ike, didn't we?
I did. I've had several Ikes.
Yeah.
Had one owned by Ernie D'Antoni that unfortunately died from stomach torsion.
Who was the one that I had started? Was that him? Remember, I had an Ike that you ended up with. Yeah.
He won Pepper's Pond, and then 6 months later died. Never got his title.
He was a high roller. If I remember, didn't he want to tank up when he swam? He would gulp water. I think that was why he started as a trial dog and was super talented, but on big, long swims, if you had multiple big swims, he would ingest a lot of water. And I mean, he'd literally come back from the marks give you the bird and sit there and puke. And so we sort of retired him from the field trial game because that would be a problem when you had multiple, 200-300 yard swims. But he was a little wild, but he was a talented marking and straight running.
In the AKC tests, he'd come back not huge, but definitely had swallowed some air and water. In the SRSs, they would allow me to kind of tickle the back of one of his ears, and that usually get him to belch it out.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget at the Peppers Pond event, we had 4 marks in the final series, and he came back from, I believe, the second mark, just huge. And I knew he was going to be really uncomfortable running for the next few marks. So I waited until he threw up, and he just let it all go, and then we commenced to pick up the other 2 marks.
We had an unfortunate deal here. A truck kind of drove in while Larry's trying to line up for this short right-hand bird, but he just waited, let it all come through, so it didn't seem like it rattled him too much.
Yeah, I think you can get lost out here on this Camp Minden and make a wrong turn, and there's not it's not easy to find back here.
Yeah.
There's 2 different ways to come in the property. I went in one way yesterday and a different way today.
So he went out, got next to the holding blind there and looked like he popped for a second. It seemed like a pretty short throw. It was in the shadows there.
He's raised and trained Ike since he was a puppy. He made the Derby list and competed in the Derby National.
All right. Well, didn't have too much trouble on the blind. It looks like he's wanting to go right to the middle one now.
Larry and his wife travel all over the U.S. in an RV, competing and running for the last 4 years.
Awesome.
Not a bad retirement.
Awesome. I love it. All right, Ike, come on, think left a little bit.
When you kind of got away from the retrievers, you went to the sheep herding, didn't you?
Yeah, I got playing with sheepdogs for a while. Oh, come on, check down, Ike. Okay. Well, we haven't seen very many, do that from there. Most of them tend to just go deep. He must have had an idea where that was. I agree. That was good thinking.
He actually says he hunts Ike as he loves birds of all sort.
All right.
Larry's been participating in retriever events since 1983.
All right. Hey. Good initial line here. Looks like he's got the
Larry's
right
hard to
idea.
read. He's not really, you can't tell if he's happy with that line or. Had a pop there, and that's going to be a handle to the area, and needs to engage the dog.
Boy, and Larry just said back, and he turned right around and went, just put his nose on it.
Well, he got a short throw.
Plant the blind, please. Plant the blind.
Next up.
How old was Ike?
8 years old?
Yeah.
Well, judging based on the time,
All right, guns up,
we
guns
should
up.
be starting, I would say, sometime this afternoon, right in the middle of the heat.
Yeah.
Our big field trial series is going to be in the heat.
All right, next is Sully. So
that would be, is that Clint Sullivan's dog? No, Clark's. Clark Kennington. No, that's Clint. That's the Clint Sullivan. So he's owned by Clint's son Taylor from Louisiana. Three-year-old female, bright future. She says, "I'll get out here a little and watch them from here."
So how about that? Is there any points or deductions for stepping up or looking?
For me, I got the privilege to judge an event earlier this year with Mike Ackroyd at the North Louisiana event. And if a dog came off the mat and you obviously have to send from the mat. So if a dog came off the mat while watching the marks, I did assess a penalty. Now, again, excessive creeping can be penalized.
Yep.
So in my book, yes. Now, is that a standard rule that if the dog gets off, it's not written down anywhere, but I think in most judges' minds, a creep of that extent would probably be penalized a little bit.
Well, that was a really nice blind. I was a little nervous the way she took off, that she looked a little happy that there might be some control or something, but boy, she listened and had a really nice blind. Well, here, you know, you're going to reheel because it's a blind, so you can't sort of be assessed a reheel per se, but you could certainly be penalized for the creep, I would think.
And yesterday I have a couple of creepers, and I was talking to them at the line constantly, telling them sit and heel, and that's what's great about the SRS game is you can talk to your dog through every series, whether it be hunt savvy, field trial, hunt test, you can talk the whole time. So you get to, interesting, dog checked up at something.
Yeah, it saw something. Looked like he's doing what you did, is going right back in there. And let's see what.
Well, that's not good there. No indication of slowing down now.
That's one of those tough things. You know, some dogs come back from that blind and they know that bird's right there. They'll even look over and they can smell it. And, you know, people often think that a dog can't smell something when it has a bird in its mouth, but I'm sure you and I have both seen many a times where a dog's got one bird in its mouth and runs and smells a different bird that he's running by. So, you know, depending on the wind, when they come back with that blind, a lot of time they'll look over and acknowledge it. And when they do that, it feels pretty good to go right back after it.
Well, that's a pretty good run there. Pretty good score for Ike and Larry. They must have given him area on the right bird. Left bird, I don't know. Probably reflects at least one handle in the area. That handle Clint just had was one of the best we've seen from where that dog started.
Absolutely, came right back. Yeah. Unfortunately, he's had to do it again. The dog listens well here on these handles, or on the first one anyway.
So his first come in was a whistle. His second one was a verbal here. I think that's a smart use of your different tools.
Yes.
Wind is picking up. We've got quite a breeze now. Dew points gone away pretty much.
All right, she should get a snoot of it there. Boy, it's hard to put them on that, isn't it? Golly.
Sully's out of Mike Gibson's dog, Jeter, a very well-known dog to the SRS. Jeter was a very consistent competitor for, Mike could probably tell me, better part of 8 or 9 years in this game, I think. Only 3 years old. Says qualified by getting a second at the Southern Oaks event and only lost to our team of the year, Leah and Kane. That's not a bad performance. If you're gonna lose against somebody, it'd be Leah. Dog was
looking there. Yeah, it's like it knew. And all right, nice job there.
So 2 handles to the area.
Yeah. The dog indicated every mark. You know, it knew where it was going. It just couldn't. She's a little bit happy-footed. You know, got to the area. On those right too, but
youthful exuberance.
Yeah, exactly. Give her a couple more years to slow down.
Still got a bright future.
Oh man, yeah.
Clinton, his son.
He said her biggest weakness is her age, and that's probably right.
Clinton, his son Taylor, are good people as well. Another Louisiana crowd.
Yeah.
All right, looks like we got Luke Cooler, number 12, coming to the line.
Veda.
Vada.
Vada.
Short for Nevada.
Okay.
Or do we say Nevada? Which one is it?
Yes.
I don't have anything on Vada. Do you?
I do not have a Vada. I have to talk to Kristen in the best.
Well, we had some technical difficulties. Apparently, some of the dogs that were entered, their information did not show up online for them to print. So we're missing. There's some gaps in some of these dogs, and I'm not sure how that happened, but you can bet next year we'll figure it out.
Well, some of these are 3 pages, and there's
yeah. In order to enter the dogs, the handler or the owner were required to give us some information, some background on the dog, so we could recognize it, you know. And you could not enter unless you did information. So I know they had to have entered some information for Vada, but
yeah,
somehow it slipped through the technical cracks of a computer.
That's all right. Well, Luke's not worried about that right now. He just hopes we're still talking about Vada on Tuesday.
Luke had Vada when he was working for me about 3 years ago, 4 years ago. I don't know how long it's been now, 3 years, I think. And has been running her ever since and done well with her.
Well, that wind really just picked up here from the right, kind of off our right shoulder.
Pretty stiff, too.
Mm-hmm.
Probably 10 to 12, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is that going to make that blind harder?
I don't know. You know, you got to put them on the left-hand side, so that's the side where you have better visibility, but the wind's going to be coming off of that poison bird a little more too, so maybe easier at the end, but harder to get by the bird.
I think, judging from that look there, Vada is looking to the left of those 2 snow decoys. My dog saw that slot as well and wanted to take that slot, but I think what Luke's trying to do is point her back at the poison bird.
You bet.
So that he can cast off of it and not towards it.
Yeah, I'd much rather have my first cast be a left-hand cast here than a right-hand cast.
Yeah, that's where she was looking. Oh, good turn there. Now he's going to get the cast that he wants.
Yeah, now he can cast away from it. Is he going to roll the dice?
Oof.
Well, he's got a nice quick sit.
So question, do you let the dog smell that poison bird before you engage, or do you engage and then cast off?
I'm more, I don't know that I worry as much about reading whether it's going to smell the bird or not, but I think the most important thing is taking your time right there. I think if you rush that and you cast and the dog doesn't see you or something, I would rather let the dog sit there a few seconds and make sure it sees the handle and is thinking. You know, sometimes if you cast too quick, not only do they not see you, but they don't take the cast as well. You haven't sweated them at all.
Well, the danger I think you take in stopping the dog before they've acknowledged recognition of the poison bird is you stop them and put them in a position to then smell it, which then the dog thinks, well, I'm close, I'm supposed to get it.
Yes, yeah.
So the communication there could be key.
Yeah, it's, you sort of hate for your first whistle to be right when it hits the scent cone.
Right.
You'd like it either before the scent cone or maybe after the scent cone, but stopping them so the first time they smell that bird is when you hit the whistle can be a little scary.
Vada got a little long on that mark and had to be handled back, and once Vada gets her legs under her, she likes to run. I believe she had a litter of pups this year. Early in the year, maybe? He's gonna go, which bird is he gonna try and go for? Looks like right.
I think he's going middle here.
Middle, yeah. Because she indicated scent on that bird when he ran
tails
by.
up and ears are up. I think she's gonna poke it. Well, you love seeing that pace change as they come into the area of the fall. Gives you a little
And see, that's a good argument for, she obviously remembered where that bird was as she went past it on the blind.
Mm-hmm.
You go left after going long on the blind, you have a chance of overrunning the left bird but if you go middle, now you've kind of cranked them down, got them check up a little bit. That was my mentality yesterday was, if I go to the left and they overrun it, it's because they've ran so long on that blind that I haven't got them thinking short yet. But by picking up the middle bird and being successful on it, I can start putting shorter in their mind. Come on, bud. Crank down, crank down. Oh, caught
there
wind
you
of it.
go. She might have felt it when she stepped on it.
It's a good score.
Well, that's going to be a good score. Good blind, 2 really nice marks, quick handle. I think that's going to work, huh? I think
I asked Pat this earlier, but it seems like the scores are a little more generous this morning. Would you agree?
Do they? I don't know. There's been some big scores today.
There has been.
Yeah, I think the conditions were tough, but they've been tough the whole time. So.
I think we've had quite a few scores today under 100.
Okay.
So either the conditions are better or we've seen a little more generosity from the judges today.
All right, who we got here? I think you'll know about this one.
Oh yeah, this is Kelsey. And oh, she got a low throw. Chance might have saw it though. This is her dog Chance. She qualified Chance at Habitat Flats SRS AM division by getting a 3rd. And then the next weekend, I ran him and qualified him in the open division by getting a 3rd in Kentucky. So we had a long discussion over who was going to run the dog. Kelsey was very tormented over it, and she made the decision, and I think it's the right decision. She's a good handler, and she works hard at this. She deserves the opportunity to get to run him, and he's only 4. Travis Eckleberry has done a lot of his training, deserves a lot of the credit. I don't deserve the credit for running this dog. Travis does. The only disadvantage is Travis is about 6'5" and I'm about 5'8", so there's definitely a difference in the ability to handle this dog. Good directional change, but not what we're looking for here. Got to get rid of that decoy, both of them. There you go. Chance is pretty good about obeying off of a poison bird.
I think that was a good whistle. Stopping him short of that and trying to drive him through that scent. They didn't take the right cast. Ooh, okay, she went left of the decoy.
I don't think she can see him. She's taking her points there. It's another 10-point penalty for being outside the decoy.
We saw a lot of guys just sort of yell back from there yesterday. And now here, the danger here is when that here command is that they don't come back into that bird.
I think where this problem might have started is she gave that verbal left to get him off of the poison bird. And instead of getting that directional change, but I mean, either or was the right answer. Unfortunately, he didn't give her quite enough directional change and got behind that mound, and it's so hard to see him.
Yeah, exactly. It looked like, I can't remember, but he might have turned the wrong way on that left-hand voice there. Okay, now the score comes in for Veda, and 4 is a 47, so good score. All right.
This is her 3rd Crown Championship to run. Chance has got a bright future, though, for a 4-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
She started out in the, still is involved in the horse market, the horse arena.
Okay.
Her husband, CT, is a horseshoe farrier. You can always see CT at the banquets. He's got a very colorful style to his jacket choice. A little flamboyant. Really short.
Boy, and he just missed that bird on the way out. That throw feels quite a bit shorter today, doesn't it?
It's got to be, or it's this angle. I don't know.
felt like yesterday it was landing out past that shadow, and now it's in the shadow. Now I know the shadows are changing. I just mean from this perspective.
This is where I think Kelsey's background really helps her. She looks calm and under control, even if things aren't going the way she hoped they would go.
Mhm.
She's very, very good at the line and being able to maintain her composure where most people get frazzled. And I think that's from her background.
Yeah.
Nah, come on, push off, push off. There you go, girl.
You know, you come through that little gap, and then there's that holding blind sitting right there. Going deep, you're gonna have to do a little come in here.
I don't think the judges can see him from there, so yeah, I see both judges, or one judge moving to get a sight visual on the dog.
Coming back to the area.
Oh, come on.
Ooh, but missed it.
She's got to go quite a ways to see him now. Is he winding the middle bird from there?
Well, if he was, he cast off of it pretty good.
Yeah.
Now she's got to stay with him here. That one, that wind's just tricky. It's at her back. Dog's looking at something else right now.
He's looking back towards the line, and she's 40 feet to the left here.
Mhm.
I don't think she's looking at him. I don't think she is looking at him. Now he saw that.
Yeah. That was
He was
tough luck.
downwind of that bird.
Yeah.
Earlier.
So that wind's changing. It's starting to gust a little bit. It's going to be interesting this afternoon if it keeps gaining.
Yeah, I don't think we're moving far for the next series.
No, it's still right here somewhere.
Her superstition is never wear yellow in the arena or on the mat. It's a horse show rodeo thing. What's yellow? Do you know?
I don't
Your
know.
wife's
I
into
don't know that
yellow
one.
or horses, isn't she?
Yeah, yeah.
Never put your hat on the bed.
Yeah.
And if I do bad in a certain article of clothing more than once, I throw it away.
I would have had a lot of wardrobes.
Chance had an unfortunate injury when he was 1 year old. He got hit by a car on a highway.
Oh my.
Broke his front left leg and had some internal injuries. Had 2 major surgeries, plates and screws, and then took 6 months of rehab before returning to training.
Well, she's going to have to handle here. I know she didn't want to after a couple handles, but
well, that was a better handle.
yeah, yeah. It's always tough, you know. You like your clients to run their own dogs, and it's got to be harder on you when it's tough for them than it is for you. So
Yeah, I told her I've ran him in a few more SRs than she has, but she had ran one event with him and got third.
well, she
So
was
it's
batting
hard to
1,000.
argue with
yeah.
success, you
yeah.
know?
Well, it's about the team. It's the dog and the handler.
And she knows him very well. I mean, she raised him. She's spent a lot of time with him. One of her favorite dogs.
Mm-hmm. All right, this is Legend, and Bobby Wills is next.
Legend is no stranger to this game. Legend's owner, Tommy Smith, is probably here. I haven't seen him, but he's at every event. Legend has 68 open points in the SRS.
Okay.
So if you do the math, and if he got first place in every event, that's over 7 open wins. I mean, that obviously didn't win everything, but that's a lot of SRSs in which he placed in the top 6.
Seemed a little hesitant on the start, but now it's rolling good.
Bobby says his weakness is that sometimes he gambles too much on the dogs, trusts them too much to come up with the birds, and gets himself in trouble. I definitely would say that was my weakness last year at the Crown. Trying to go for it,
yeah,
and it backfires.
Yeah.
And had you played it conservative and played more of the long game and just waited for the rest to fall out.
Lean horse for a long race. Yeah.
This year I was much more quicker to engage my dogs and try to stop the bleeding.
He was close to the edge of that decoy, but I think he stayed on the proper side. We'll probably see when depending on what happens next.
Bobby's superstition, he gets a kiss from his wife for good luck before every dog runs.
All right.
He's been married to Helen for 45 years. He didn't put it in here, but his nickname is Chuck Norris. We call Bobby Chuck Norris.
Well, he just had a nice mark on this with Legend. He knew where he was going, got there, got a little information, and picked it up.
Bobby says, they asked him, tell me about your dog, and he said, he's a pain in the butt to be around. That's funny.
I wonder what the dog would say about Bobby.
Here's that split the middle danger spot. Yeah, Bobby's not liking it. You can read his face.
Yeah, he's not. Ooh,
nice break.
Settle down, buddy.
He knows he's not supposed to go back that old fall. That was definitely his behavior.
That was
there.
smart. Boy, that's savvy right there.
There's the 10-year-old coming
We
out
have
in.
not seen many do that. That was really savvy.
Came up with it.
Well, that's got to make you feel good. Looked like Carter doing a little voodoo there yesterday, waving his left arm a little bit, you know.
Everybody has picked this thing up differently.
Pretty big sand, but
I saw him out of that station. Yep, and that's what pulled him right. Legend's a smart enough dog to know that he can't go back to Middleburg.
Yeah.
And Bobby's a smart enough handler to know
he's not going to let him get out of
back.
Yeah, I mean,
nice clean handle.
That was pretty sharp. Who do we got next here? I saw, is that Lyle? 9.
Yeah, it looks like Lyle's up next.
Yeah, with Dre.
Dre was started out his career at Best Retrievers, and Luke did his training. We ran him in a couple Master Nationals, and Frank Waters was the owner. He's got another dog here that I'm running.
I saw you run Frank. I've known Frank for literally decades. Yeah, he's a good man.
He's had a lot of success over the years.
Yeah.
His first 2 dogs, Destiny and Cookie, were 2 of my all-time favorites. A dog I'm running, Krista, is out of Cookie.
Okay.
Oh, really short.
Yeah, boy, they took that one back.
They called that an O-bird. Oh yeah, he did see it, huh? Bobby said no excuse on that left bird. He said Legend saw that bird. No excuses. I think that's going to be a pretty good score, though, don't you?
Oh, yeah, really nice.
I'd
2 great
say
marks, a
40s
good blind.
probably.
Yeah, 1 quick handle. Yeah.
Did you train a lot of tree line birds like this?
Yeah, I like that bird. It's, I'll tell you the hard part about it, it's so flat here that I think that makes it really difficult. And a tree line bird is a lot about depth perception, understanding where you are on that tree line. And as things flatten out, it's really hard. That was one of the advantages of, well, like where you live now, or where I was in Montana, you know, you've got some hills and terrains, and you can either put that bird on a uphill or downhill side. That looked like
the normal
good
throw.
Yeah.
Would you ever put a long standout gun deep on the tree line with a short retired?
Absolutely. Kind of like two down the trees, kind of like two down the shore, you know.
Yeah. And would you pick up demand they pick up the short retired first?
That would probably depend a little on the situation, but typically yes. Yeah, and that would depend, you know, on the age and stage of the dog. That's a good initial line here.
Yeah, he's gonna. Oh, that's a good turn there. Still gonna need a cast though.
He's trying to decide whether he's gonna let him roll, or whether he's gonna. I mean, the dog was running a blind. That was pretty.
Keeping him right inside that boundary.
Oh boy, now that one quick. Yeah, good job. Boy, that was a nice blind.
That was real nice blind.
So every whistle's 2 points, right? So that would be 2 points, assuming everything else was done proper, or be 4 points, assuming everything else was done properly.
Yeah, and they, you know, on that first whistle was just left of a line to those two white decoys, and I feel like these judges have been pretty picky on what they expect you to stay. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a few points there, maybe 2 or 5, but they've been very happy to hand out points, which as a handler you want, because if they're stingy with points, then there's no separation between dogs.
Right. Well, this has been Lyle's strategy almost the whole weekend. I'm not saying every dog, but he's gone left consistently. And it's worked pretty good for him. And this looks really good here too.
Yeah, come on, work it out, Dre. There you go. Dre's owned by Brian Tucker, and he and his wife Jennifer from Colorado.
All right, where about?
Well, he says Bennett, Missouri.
Okay.
Well, I know they're from Colorado, though. Something might be wrong there. Dre this year at North Louisiana was winning by a pretty good long shot. Ran a really good water blind in the third series, and had to have a 40-50 point advantage on anybody. And I was fortunate in the last series, ran just a little better blind than Dre and
aced him out.
Yeah, caught him barely. I don't think we beat him by much. It was close.
He just went under the arc of that, you know. His first bird was really short. His second one was out where most were, and he went right
way long
under the arc of that sucker and is deep.
Oh, goodness.
He's still going. Yeah,
Yeah, so his initial line on the bird was left of the goose decoy, which I think was the correct line because his second throw was much further out. But then I think Dre curved in under the arc.
Yep. Boy, a really good coming whistle here.
He said blinds are Dre's strength, which we definitely saw that.
Yeah, you bet. And he handles well, handles good on a mark.
Lyle says his strength is I'm old and I have seen a lot of different setups.
Well, we always talked about how much different it is to handle a dog on a mark. And a lot of these dogs, in the game I played, they don't really get a lot of experience handling on a mark because you're trying not to do it. And you sort of don't practice it. It's a much different skill.
Yeah.
So this dog handled really nicely on this mark. It's maybe a skill you don't want, but
yeah,
it'll save you too.
If you do it too much,
yeah, that's right.
What comes out from that.
Yeah. Yeah. So do you, when you look at that mat that he's on there, like the dog right now is sitting in the middle of that mat, and we would kind of call that mat like a 9 square. There's 9 different squares there. Do you place your dog in different positions on that mat before the send to try and get different angles?
100%, but I've never looked at it with 9 squares.
That's probably because I work for Purina, but...
I'm seeing what you're talking about though, because, oh, you're saying the mat actually has 9 different squares?
Yeah, the mat that's underneath the ProPlan mat there.
Okay.
There's 9 sections.
So if you were to divide that mat into a quadrant for sending for different birds, how many quadrants would you say there are?
Well, I'd say you got 9 different places on that mat.
Really? You would utilize all 9? Or try...
So I wouldn't think of it so much that way as either left or right, but sometimes further back on the mat can be an advantage, or further up on the mat, depending on terrain. So
I definitely use the mat.
Yep.
And I use not only how I approach it on the test, the angle at which I come up on it, but I also use it for every send to give myself, and I haven't seen this habit in a while, but for a while there, they would put decoys right out in front of us at the line and basically force the dog left or right.
Yes.
You may see that in later series, but
well, that's what I was sort of thinking on that decoy there. Like if I'm going and I want to be right of that decoy, I'm sliding over this way to change my angle to that bird.
You bet.
Or moving on that middle bird, I'm moving over here to try and open things up, and just think it like a batter or a golfer. You're opening up your stance.
Right. Which is 100% what I did, and I think most handlers would try to do.
Yep.
As long as your dog is touching a piece of the mat.
There's Bobby Wills, a 51. That's a pretty good score right now.
Yeah.
It's been tough. So.
Yeah, I want to say that I use probably 3 different sections of the mat. I never use the back part of it. I'll use the front left corner, the middle of it, or the front right corner.
Yeah.
And if I can't seem to get a dog to work with me on that angle of the send that I want, I'll heel them off the mat entirely and walk back up to the line just to reset them.
You bet. You bet.
Looks like Chris again.
All right. That was a longer throw. That flasher's really visible out there right now. The sun hitting it.
This is Chris's dog, Chance.
There's been a few chances here.
Yeah.
Oh, nice initial line. He's gonna have to start with a cast. Start with a cast towards the bird. Out of those decoys.
Good cast
good
there.
Yeah.
Chris worked for the Waukesha, I think that's how you say it, Sheriff's Department for 27 years before retiring in 2012. He was attached to the Tactical Enforcement Unit for 22 years in Canine Support Division, probably where he got his love for the dogs, huh?
Absolutely, yeah, that's where you learn to be a good dog handler.
I got the privilege, and heck, you were there too, at Triple Crown Dog Academy in Hutto.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They did some police dog training. Fascinating.
Yeah, yeah. Rob and Jesse and Keith and the crew. Yeah.
A lot of
touch with
speed.
Rob not long ago.
A lot of speed on this.
Boy, he looks like he knows where he's going, but man, he's going there quickly.
Nice check though.
Boy.
Check back.
Stay there, buddy.
definitely caught
What a
wind of it.
nice hunt. Holy, that's...
I remember used to do a demo for students or people that wanted to see it. We'd have a police car chase a suspect car into the parking lot and come to a sliding stop, and they'd have the windows down and they'd jump out with the police dog and say, come out, you know, and they wouldn't come out, and they'd say, I'm gonna send the dog, and that dog would just take off running, and it's usually a Belgian Malinois, leap into that window and tack the bite suit. It was impressive.
Oh, there's that little wrap around that blind. Let's see if he pushes back out to the left. There we go.
Do you think the judges expected that to happen?
You know, I would think on a middle distant bird like this, you would expect some would hunt short, some would hunt long. You got those decoys there.
I did not expect it whatsoever.
Of course, it's easy to expect it in hindsight, right? It makes total sense looking at it now, but did they know when they said it? Who knows? You know, at the Retriever Nationals, they always set up, they have, you know, setup dogs. I'm sure they do the same thing here and run a dog and throw marks and see what they see. And that's when you can see these tendencies, is with a setup dog. I got to poke right back in here.
I just looking here at the setup, noticing that they put 3 decoys to the left of that first hay bale, and then they put 3 decoys out to the left.
Just didn't wind it.
I want to think they were hoping to push the dog out and away, and we're seeing more of a wrap.
Well, we've seen both, but you're right. I think the wrap is a lot because of that holding blind.
Sure.
Exactly. I think the dog comes through there, and those dogs that run looking, they see that holding blind and just
get in under the arc, and then remember there's a middle bird out there.
All right. Who's
Well,
next
they're gonna obviously hit for the handle on the left bird, and then the poor initial line on the middle bird. I mean, dog had gone. Is that a switch? Dog had made the area over there pretty good.
It depends on what the area is, you know. I mean, I don't think he really camped out there hunting outside that bird.
It's a question of whether he established a hunt in order for the switch to be a penalty to be acquired, but it's pretty close. I mean, I know when I thought, how did he not win that bird?
Yeah.
And if I said that, then obviously my thought was he's in the area, he should smell it or see it.
All right. So there, a sit whistle on the walk up.
Yeah,
What
that's
is that?
new.
This is Tim and Caleb, 7-year-old male.
That's Tim's done most of the work on this dog, and JC Strange from Cripple Creek Retrievers. Tim trains out there quite a bit, and JC's run him in an event and actually won an event with him.
So is that whistle on the walk up any different than a saying sit?
No, apparently he probably thought it was more powerful. Caleb can be a little bit energetic. Caleb is related to Leo's dog Gus that he's running.
Okay.
And the dog that I'm running, owned by Pam Wilson, Roman.
Okay, yeah, I know the line.
Caleb's out of the last breeding, and Roman and Gus are out of either the second or the first breeding, however that went down.
Well, this is one of those dogs, he turns both ways. He turned right on the first whistle, he turned left on the second whistle, and turned right on the third whistle. So it makes it a little more challenging.
Oh, I don't think he can see him.
I don't think he can see him.
He doesn't know he's long.
No. No. Here's where you can
step out and see him. Just don't engage him. He can't tell he's hunting the tree line. I don't know if the judges, they don't seem to be.
There were so many dogs that were behind those hay bales yesterday that I'm sure you're right. They do not know he's at the tree line, but now he's worked his way back in, so.
One of them just walked out to try and find him, so I don't know how they're gonna judge that. They might not think he was in any trouble, but from our angle, we could tell he was pretty deep.
Yeah.
Tim was talking to us yesterday, and he said, I qualified him for last year's crown, and then I went to Firewater, and we didn't do very good at that event, and then we had a good showing at the Crown. So this year I got him qualified. He went to Firewater, didn't do very good, so he expects to do good at the Crown again this year.
There you go. There you go.
I'm intimately familiar with the plan, whether I like it or not.
He says, Tim says, Caleb's weakness is he likes to take control, likes to drive the bus.
Here's another one where he kind of did the easy, and I don't know if he hit the scent of that cameraman probably, and just checked there a little bit.
Here's a little bit of tidbit information about Tim. He owns a medical device company, and I found this out because I have an issue with one of my knees, and he sells or makes a cooler that you put ice water into, and then there's a pump on it that you plug in, and it circulates that ice water bath through a pad that you can put around whatever you're needing to cool off.
Okay. I like it.
Instead of putting like a frozen ice pack on something, this circulates the water, and so you get
continued cooling, longevity. Instead of super cool and then warmer and warmer. All right, well, Caleb had a little hunt short and worked it out. Looks like he's looking left. What about the sitting here? He doesn't make his dog sit between birds. How do you feel about that?
Well, in training, I wouldn't be okay with it, but I don't know in a test. If I give him a couple of sits and he's not going to sit, I just feel like I'm devaluing my control at the line that I will then lose out in the field. Because Bully likes to do that to me a lot.
Yeah.
And roaming a little bit, those high rollers, they're more comfortable standing up.
Yes, yeah. Well, and I think, I think it would be a real mistake in my mind when he comes back and he's sitting there, or I should say standing there staring at the bird like, let me go, to then take a chance on changing his mind.
Sure.
That sit is trying to establish control, and this is marking right now. And it depends on the mark. If it was a long swim to the end of the pond, darn right I'd make him sit. But
yes,
when it's kind of a middle distance or an easy bird, like the short bird, I think I'd probably
I wonder if
let
you made him
stand
sit
as
on
well.
that blind before you sent him.
I bet he did. Yeah. I didn't really pay too much attention there.
Oh, he winded it.
Well, I don't know how you wind it from there, but that wind kind of swirling in front of us. He sure looked like it.
Can't be too upset at that.
That's right. You got to be in the right spot to wind it, so he got him there.
Tim
but that's a
started out
tough
with
place to recover from.
Tim started out in the hunt test game with his two dogs, Scout and Chincho, and Chincho was an entertainer.
Yeah.
And then he got Caleb specifically to run field trials and SRS. He got hooked after he got a fourth, and so he really loves the game now, and I'm sure he'll be getting his next dog for the game soon. Well, we don't have many dogs left. We're down to 5 dogs.
Yeah. Here comes Luke again. Luke and I don't know what dog he's got here.
11 o'clock, so.
Yeah, I think, did you run a poll on what time we'd be finished?
No, we didn't.
Broad Oaks War Chief, Master Hunter, Master National Hunter, qualified all age. So.
Quite a few chiefs. Oh, I know this dog. Yeah, this is owned by Mike Wilson from Houston. So Chief was actually started by Chris Krause with Oak Creek Retrievers.
Yeah, I know Chris.
And then he moved over to Luke this summer for field trial, for SRS training. The plan being to expose him to the long game. Chris is mostly a hunt test trainer, and Luke's mostly a field trial trainer. So kind of become that diverse, versatile dog.
Ooh, he just hit that bird planter's trail or the wind off of that poison bird, but cast right out of it, so that was nice. So is there a penalty with the scoring? Is there a penalty? And we didn't have one here, but you know, you're going to lose 2 points for every whistle, right? Mm-hmm. And then what if you get a cast refusal? Is there an additional penalty, or just
5.
get penalized because of the next whistle?
It's 5 points for the refusal. So you blow a whistle and don't get the cast, you're looking at 7 points.
Okay.
5 and 2.
Got it.
Now, what really hurts is, and the rule used to be, I'm going to confuse everybody here, but the rule used to be 5 for a cast refusal and only 2 for a whistle refusal, which is kind of crazy, because if a dog's blowing off the basic, most expected command we give a dog on a blind, then you're only getting 2 points. Well, now they're both 5. A cast refusal and a whistle refusal are 5.
Okay, that's helpful.
Where it hurts, though, is if you got an older dog with poor hearing or conditions like running water, a stiff wind. Every time you blow that whistle and they don't respond, you're getting 7, 7, 7, and that adds up fast.
Yeah. Boy, that was a really nice right-hand mark. He went right in there like he knew where he was going.
Yeah, this should be Chief's cup of tea right here. Chris.
And he looks like he's got a mark here, too.
Oof. If he's on that bird, it is right there.
Ooh, boy. Stay there. Boy, he missed it by a foot on the upwind side.
One more bird to pick up. 2 clean.
And a good blind, so.
Splitting the difference. Let's see.
So this is where on this bird I'd be moving over to the right side of that mat and kind of trying to open that gap up as much as I could to change that angle.
Yep. 100%.
What a nice mark. Wow. Stay in there now. I mean, he turned like to the bird.
That was an interesting approach, because we've seen this all morning. Everybody's sending between that second and third hay bale. I don't understand why more people aren't trying to put them to the left of that second hay bale.
Especially with this wind feeling off. But you know, that dog clearly got a little snoot on the right side, but that wind could be bouncing off of those hay bales. And
maybe they know something we don't.
Yeah.
Or their concern is that if you send them down that line, they're just going to go right back to the blind.
Right.
And so you point them right, they haven't been down that line again.
Yeah.
Perhaps they'll break down, maybe they'll smell something and be rewarded.
Well, like we talked about, earlier, the trails, there's not a trail to that bird. The trail is to the right of that bird. So.
Up next to the line, Mr. K.C. Parker.
All right.
This should be Bailey, I would assume. I think I see some purple shining through that handler's jacket there.
We are in tiger country.
Bailey's animated. She's 11 years old and still acts like a pup.
Wow. A little protest there. Made the gap. Nicely done. Nice ending.
So you LSU fans out there, y'all tell me, it looks like LSU has a bye week this weekend, and A&M is playing Mississippi State.
battle of the maroon.
Yeah. Yeah, Mississippi State looks like they're 4-1. I guess they're not anything minor themselves. A&M's 4-0. Is it just me, or does the blind seem a little more straightforward today?
It does. It does. And I don't know if it's the... Ooh, okay. We're kind of hunting the middle here. Maybe the handlers have just gone to school a little bit and got a better game plan, but... He had a little longer throw here, so he's got to come more to the left to win this bird.
Ryan Rapon just sent me a message, said LSU needed the bye week. You know, they either step on this bird,
there we go,
or they just hunt all over for it.
Yep, yep.
Most of that hunting was in the area. So it'll be curious how much wandering the dog actually got. A little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, a little deep, but...
You know, Pat and I were talking about it yesterday. You know, when you stand at the line and look at this, it looks a lot further apart than when you actually get out there. You know, you could easily toss a bumper from one of those throws to the next. You know, they're just not that far apart out there when they're pinched.
11 years old, still remember it. Did you ever keep notes when you were at a trial on a weekend and go, I need to work on this, or I need to do better at this?
I'll be honest, I was never great about keeping book on dogs. I tried a few times, but I feel like just in a day-to-day, you have a good feeling of your strengths and weaknesses for your truck and your dogs, but you know, I also didn't have that big a string of dogs either. I would run maybe 24 dogs, so and Cindy would run a lot. My wife, you know, ran the young dogs, so I would have 12 to 16 open dogs, and pretty easy to remember what they're doing.
Nice, quick, clean handle. Yeah, I mean, I'm taking notes from this thing, and this left bird, putting a visible station deep of a obstruction in the front with the ability for them to curl behind that is something I think could use some looking at.
Well, and I'll be honest, we would do it occasionally with, you know, a visible gunner. So you know, I mostly did field trials, so you got a gunner in white out there, and you don't actually retire them into a holding blind, but you take 2 steps back behind, so they disappear from the line, but then as the dog gets out there, they see the gun, and they have to focus and remember the bird, not just the gun.
Now,
I wouldn't move them 20 yards and hide them somewhere else, you know what I mean? But
with 2 stations perfectly in line, one throwing one direction, the other one throwing the other, was that a bulldog or a flower pot for you?
I would call this more of a flower pot, or shoot, there's another name, and I don't know why I can't think of it.
Bulldog? Mama Papa.
Mama Papa, thank you. Yeah, that was typically what we call is Mama Papa.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say, Mama Papa or a flower pot.
Yeah.
And I think in the hunt test game, most people would agree that 2 birds coming out of one station, one left and one right, would be a flower pot for us. And 2 stations in line with each other but separated by distance, throwing opposite directions, for us is a Mama Papa.
Okay, okay.
Imagine a flower growing out of one pot. You know, that was always the understanding that I had of it.
Oh, got a little too much there. All right, come on back.
Now he's gonna have to tweet the dog in or get big change here.
That's a big cast towards the bird.
Oh, he got it.
Yeah,
nice.
good.
Nice. You see how he stepped outside the boundary to watch the dog,
but then
came back in
to handle. You bet.
Smart.
It's not Lyle's first time up here. What's this dog here?
I did not see the graphic on the screen. I missed that.
I think it's Jiminy is who it is. Jiminy.
Owned by Creed Samsel in Stewartsville, Missouri.
Jimmy.
Lyle is staying with his, consistent with his strategy of going left second, or first, I mean. Oh, there you go.
Oh, I just realized Creed. Now I recognize Creed, the name. That's Lyle and Stephanie's grandson. And so Creed is 20 months old as the owner.
I like it. I like it. How old's the dog?
5 years old.
How did this work?
Yeah, right?
There you go. Nicely done. Oh, get it?
No, missed it.
Boy, he was close. Man. Looked like he was about to pick it up.
Handle in or handle two? There's the question.
Boy, I don't know. It was, I mean, he was reasonably close, but it looked like Lyle made the decision because he was about to go. So
Looked like he was leaving, yeah.
So, but to me, he was still in the area when he handled. It's always hard to judge intent. I think you just got to judge what you see. Now Lyle pushed back in there.
Yeah, now this is the first time we've seen this.
That's right.
Let's see what happens. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why everybody's doing it.
But you know, we saw that with this dog on that left-hand bird. She was moving, or he. There we go.
See, got right and winded it.
Mm-hmm. Well, that wind's shifty out there. It seems like you're winning that bird from the right now, you know, and maybe that wind's just bouncing off of the.
I wonder if it's
the hay bales
back.
It might be more at our back.
We
can't feel it because of the screen behind us, but it must be a little more straight downwind. You know, the judges did a great job setting this test. The sun has not been an issue at all, and it's held up in various winds.
We have run from the very beginning of daylight in the morning to the very end of sunset.
Yep, that's right.
I'd say there's a little more wind today than yesterday. Does it feel like it?
Yeah.
It was pretty dead.
A little more downwind today. Yesterday we had it in our face. We had it from the right, left. Today it's been pretty steady.
Looks like Luke Coor's up next.
Which one is this for Luke?
I think he drew an early or a late number for Harley, if I'm remembering correctly, but I could be wrong. Henry, that's right, Henry.
Okay.
Henry was owned by John Malasovas, and then Henry kind of retired, or John kind of retired from the game and basically gave Luke Henry, and then Luke found a home for him and been running him and qualifying him.
Okay.
I don't know how many he's been qualified for, but a bunch. One of those very even keel kind of dogs at the line, you know, one of those.
That's what you like at an event like this. You keep their head together for a couple, 3 days.
Kaylin Fisher from Wascom, Texas is the new owner, I guess you'd call it.
Okay.
And Henry is 10 years old.
That looks good where it was.
He's both an SRS champion and SR amateur champion, a field champion as well.
Okay. Well, that right-hand bird took a pretty good bounce, so it's a little bit longer. The second bird's right, and third are right where they've been.
One of Henry's skills is blind running.
It looks like it. He was looking out there like, okay, I will do this. I will wait for you to give me some information.
You know, those 2 decoys they set out was meant to put a boundary for the dog to be right, but I think it also causes the dog to look at that as a slot from the left side. Poison bird is on the right side, the slot you want me to go is on the left side.
Yep, you bet. Well, there's been some really good blind work here.
59 for Lyle and Jim.
Okay. No, I assume nothing for that. Dog picks up a bird, toot, toot, toot.
No.
Okay, yeah, it would be shouldn't be in my mind, but.
And you can kind of see some of those trails now starting to get more prominent again. You couldn't see them this morning because of the dew, but now from that angle you can see a couple different ways that they're going on that blind. And you think the trail gets more established from the dog going out or coming back?
You know, I think coming back tends to be more online. Going out tends to be more visible in my mind because it's laying the grass away from you.
Yeah.
So I think you see the trails out a little better, but.
I had never thought of that. That's why whenever we're doing setups, my help know not to drive a four-wheeler out to my station.
Yeah,
always go around because they'll follow them tracks.
That's right. Or conversely, if it's a ground that will track up badly, before you run the test, you maybe take a four-wheeler and just make a few tracks in different areas, so the dogs have to learn to not just trail, but to. Well, that was pretty savvy there.
Yeah, he hunted back, checked up, good.
So will you go, let's say it's Monday or Sunday, and you've got 1 or 2 series left to run. Are you going to go train your dogs at all in between here? Or you go throw them a couple marks or do a blind or anything? Or
there's not really time.
Yeah.
You know, we roll straight into the next series, and my dogs will be spread out from, I think my lowest score is a 64, my highest is a 131, I think. So I'll be busy pretty much the whole time till the end. So if I was going to do anything, I would just do some leash obedience and get their respect at the line, because I think that's where the control is established, is from the line.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, correct me, what's the rule on a field trial? Can you all go leave and, like at a national, can you go train?
You can go train, but you can't have seen the test or had information about the test.
And how do they prove that?
Well, basically what you have to do is you have to train today for tomorrow's test. So you would go out and usually you don't do a lot of training in the first few series. They happen, you know, you should be ready, but after the dogs, maybe after the 5th series, the dogs have seen a couple marks and a few flyers, you might go, you know, throw a couple marks or go run a blind, but you can't know what the test is, so it's got to be really before the test starts.
But you're saying patterns and tradition predict that your 10th series is your big water quad. What's your water blind? What series typically?
It depends. Usually usually you've got one about the 4 series, and then 7, 8.
So if you're in the 3rd, you're going to go train for a water blind as soon as you can. Is that what you're
Yeah, no, the thing is you don't want to go run a water blind before a water blind because you don't know what the water blind is. You know, you might go train on a tough angle entry, and then you got to run by the first. So what I would do is go do a land blind or something just to establish a little control. Depends on the dog. But really, like I said, it's usually the marks, and it's usually after maybe the 4th or 5th series you've had a couple big set of marks, and it depends on the dogs. You know, older dogs you don't want to do anything because they're just tired. But if you've got a young high roller, you might just want to go get their focus. But again, that's a little longer series. This is all done here in 5 days, right?
Yeah.
So it's pretty much a series a day. There's really not much time to get away and train.
Well, it'd be nice if we had that time, but you know, every day that this event goes on, your production costs are extremely high with all the cameras and the equipment in the field. The viewer gets the privilege of that at home.
That's right.
Watch this, but it's a very expensive.
You bet.
Undertaking.
Well, I thought this was a smart handle. He didn't wait too long and was just going to put him on it. He looked like he was not going to check there.
Yeah. Henry, when he has that kind of trod to him, he's just going to kind of keep on going unless he catches wind. And I think Luke realized he was past this opportunity to wind it.
Yep. Boy, we're getting down to it here.
2 more dogs.
2 left. We haven't seen Steven in a while. He had a little vacation between between dogs, but he's up here with,
I believe Onyx was our number 2 finisher in the team of the year.
Okay.
And our number 1 dog will be Leah Spivey and Kane, our winner in the AM division for team of the year. So 2 really nice dogs coming up to the line.
Well, we'll finish strong.
We're getting a little wind here, blowing some of our banners over.
Yeah, this is a little twister maybe or something. It just hit us right in the face.
It hit me yesterday when I was running.
I remember that. I remember that. You had it sort of sit and wait a minute.
2 or 3 of them banners kind of blew and slid over, and I had to wait before I could send for the left bird.
Well, it blew over one of the banners, and but it's been at our back or right shoulder most of the morning.
I went back and watched the video last night when I was running Reese because I wondered if the viewer could see that I had to delay and wait for that because they were fixing it or whatever. Well, the breeze was in my face anyway, and I really didn't want to send him at that point, so I waited for that breeze to pass. And then when I sent him, I mean, the wind died. There was nothing. And so he obviously went by the left side of that bird like a lot of dogs and could not smell it.
Probably, that was no bird there. That I think it might have hit a branch or something.
Oh, he tried to throw another one, and it hit the limb too.
Yeah, he hit a limb.
He tried to throw 2.
So I think he threw the first one that came back and landed at his feet. He tried to throw it again.
I had a guy one time park his 4-wheeler and throw me a bird, and he stepped out 3 feet from the bird, threw it straight up in the air, and it came down and landed right back in the basket of the 4-wheeler where he'd thrown it from.
Here we go, down to the line.
That's pretty good. So was Steven wearing black yesterday?
I believe so, but I couldn't swear to it.
I would say we're about 50-50 on black and camo, would you say?
Yeah.
And he's kneeling beside his dog.
I noticed him do that quite a bit yesterday too.
Steven, obviously being a huge HRC guy, runs the Grand, does very good at the Grand.
Trying to get a little different look out of him.
He's obviously
still
reading.
Has Mark on his mind.
Yeah, he's reading something.
Changes disposition or thought process a little bit. There's a look.
Oh, really far right.
Boy, he jumped off of that, didn't he?
89 for Luke and Henry. Not wanting to change his mind at all. And you noticed a little longer whistle there. He's using that tone to inflect meaning.
Yeah, he did turn. It was hard to see from here which way, but I think Steven still sees him. Yep. Looks like he's... Do you ever get some that are pretty good trailers? They can sort of back trail a blind?
It just scares me when they got their nose down like that, you know.
I know it.
I don't like the trailers because they're hunting while they're running a blind.
I agree.
You know, I don't want that. I've always been impressed how well Steven's dogs, I mean, he blows a whistle and they turn around and within a second he's casting. And they 95% of the time will see his cast.
Yep.
And I don't know how he gets them to I have to take a good 3-second count.
Yep.
If I cast my dogs too fast, they're just going to go wherever they want to go. I can't get that same response out of my dogs.
Yep. Well, here's your... He's dead at it. He hit a long bounce on that, and it's way out at the tip of that cover.
Oh, did he?
He's just... I mean, he needs to turn left right there. And he did. Oh, stay there, buddy. Nicely done. See? Way out.
You marked it well. Right bird? Yep.
I think so.
He two-sided heel him. Did you two-side heel your dogs a lot?
I did, but I would say that I was more comfortable. Here's using the mat. You know, he's over there on the left-hand mat trying to get a little angle on that bird. There's a nice mark. His throw's a little further out there, I think. Right. There you go. Nicely done. Boy, the wind's swirly out there, huh? You know, watching Steven line up on that blind, it always makes me think of kind of the 4 parts of lining a dog up. You know, and the first one is getting their spine right. The second one is getting their head right. The third one is getting their eyes right. And the fourth one's getting their attitude right. And Steven got the first 3, you know, but when that dog took off, he was still thinking about going where he wanted to go. Ooh.
You said 4, and I'm sitting there going, I only know 3. Spine, head, and eyes.
Yeah, and attitude.
A lot to be said about that. Wait a sec, he's picking up middle. Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah.
From the screen view, it looked like he was heading to the right bale, you know, hay, but it was the left of that.
Yeah. There we go.
I can't believe that thing's just not glowing there when these dogs are right there.
I'm telling you. You know, a couple of them could see it on that blind yesterday. They looked over at it like it was a ice cream cone over there.
That thing was close to the edge of that.
Yeah.
And what did one of you guys say?
Did you ever use, I'm sure you probably didn't, you never used rubber in your training?
Not a lot, but occasionally, you know, little marking drills. I'll tell you one of the incredibly effective things though, we used bumpers a lot on blinds because of fire ants and things like that. You don't want to stack, and so unless you have somebody to individual plant a bird at the end of the blind, you know, it's pretty common to go out there and throw, you know, a dozen bumpers on the ground and use that as your blind. Well, what we found was, you know, a better way sometimes to scent a point than to wet a duck and drip it on the point was take a bunch of bumpers, wet them, throw them on the point, roll them around on the point, and then pick the bumpers up and go.
Really?
And I'll tell you, those dogs, that bumper scent on a point could be as hard to cast off of as duck scent.
Wow.
Just because they were so accustomed to picking up bumpers on a blind. It was Mike Lardy that taught me that, but it was, and you know, we had a little drill with that. You would actually take and put a stake out on a point, like a, you know, an orange marker or something like that, put it on the point, put a bunch of bumpers there,
and then cast off
pick
of
the
that.
bumpers up, run the blind to the stake on the point, cast off of it, and then when the dog got out in the water, you'd throw a bumper out to it. So,
I know what I'll be doing when I get home.
all right, well, this is the last dog, and it's a good one.
Leah, Spivey, and Kane.
This could be the grand finale. Let's hope it's fireworks. So this was the team of the year for this year, and maybe last year. Is that right?
Yes, I do believe so. And Leah herself also won the Nike Award for sportsmanship.
That's right. That's right.
Not only is Leah one of the few females running here at the Crown, but definitely one of the most, I would say, level-headed.
Mm-hmm. You can just tell watching she's paying attention, reading her dog, and reacting accordingly.
Her demeanor is two whistled that blind. It's a good start.
You bet.
She says Kane is a ladies' man. He loves getting attention, but especially loves attention from women.
All right, looks like she's going right next here.
That's right, she was a competitive sporting clay person.
I'll be darned.
And ran coon dogs in competition. She credits Southern Way Retrievers and Justin Hergert for not only training Kane, but also training herself as well. So a big shout out to Justin. Justin's not running a dog here, but he has plenty of clients and his trainer Owen running.
Right.
So they are well represented.
Boy, this is, he looks like he's slowing down and his ears are up, but come on, now, quick whistle.
The wind's got to be just right on that bird.
I don't know if she could see him. He turned.
She said here.
Yeah, he turned away on that. She couldn't quite tell. Now he's coming back.
Still didn't win. Oh, there he goes. Okay.
Perfect. Okay. Okay.
All right, one more.
When we finish this first series, we will be obviously taking a break and switching to our second series. We'll be down for a few hours, I'm sure.
Okay.
And then we'll be back online. So tune in this afternoon after lunch for our second series.
Not moving too far, just down this road a little bit.
That's a good place. That's a good place
looks like
to be.
he knows where he's going. He's got a head of steam, though.
Don't bend too far.
He's kind of pushing away a little bit.
Break down, break down, break down.
He did. We can't quite tell from here.
He hooked it and coming back around the front.
Yeah, he's...
Come back. Just short of it now.
He's right there.
There
yeah,
he is.
There we go. Cameraman lost him for a second.
Got
that was a pretty good recovery. What do you think? All right, Leah. Well, that's a good way to finish up. That's a wrap. What do you think? Pat, you had a little break there.
I did have a break. What did I miss?
Back to reality.
Lots of good work, lots of tough work. So,
all right, calling a handler.
Yeah. So,
been a pleasure, gentlemen. I'm going to check out of this.
What's your take on the setup?
Thank you.
Well, I didn't have anybody nail it, so I think that's a good setup whenever everybody struggles on something.
Yep.
Did we have any single-digit scores here?
None today.
None today.
Yeah. Yesterday we had a few.
Any in the teens?
I'm not sure we had a teen today, did we?
No, we had a 20s. We had a 20s.
Yeah.
So they're going to move down the road.
Yep.
The word on the street is a field trial style setup, and we're going to get rolling again here. And they got a little lunch break. They're doing their game day thing.
All right.
Did you see the Tennessee fan photobomb you there?
Yeah, I did.
I'm going to check out, guys. I got
everybody
a meeting.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Brody,
we'll see you all in a little bit.
Thank you.
We'll see you right after lunch.
All right, everybody. Here we go. We're going to take a break, and well, there goes our fearless leader there, Shannon, and the Super Retriever Series Crown Championship presented by Purina Pro Plan, and they're moving the tents. You're going to see them go by, I think, here, and we're going to get rolling here as soon as we can. Come watch. 110-ish dogs are going to run the second series, so lots more action to come. Thank you. See you soon for everybody.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship, presented by Purina Pro Plan. Pro Plan fuels more sporting dog champions than any other brand. Trusted by professionals and proven by champions. By the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission. Visit Shreveport-Bossier. By Garmin and Lucky Duck Kennels. The United Kennel Club and Splash Pools. And by Louisiana Tourism. Explore Louisiana.
Fieldbred Cocker, or the UK imported dogs that we have, are very sleek, athletic, and they don't know what quit means. At Raglan, we feed Pro Plan exclusively. We start with sport development, which is a 30-20 puppy food that all of our puppies will stay on that till they're a year old. Then we transition them to sport performance. When it is time to go to the field, they have the drive, and more importantly, more than the drive, they have the stamina to keep going. That's amazing.
She grew up fast. Will she remember these times and continue the tradition? You better believe it. Tell a new fish story with Garmin.
Two birds of a feather. We flock together every day, and I'll do anything to protect that loyalty. Durable, dependable, and downright dirty. And I'm not just talking about my dog. This 5-star crash test rated kennel is lightweight, secure, and made right here in America. Loyalty goes both ways.
If you can catch it, grill it, fry it, film it, play it, or fly it, we revel in it. We have enough flavor, style, and soul for 2 cities. We've got a saying, if you find your place, you'll find your people. Come here and you'll find what we're made of. A little this, a little that, a whole lot of us.
Oh, let's see. Hope I get them right. You've got a 40-foot dock. It's 2 feet off the surface of the water. You can start your dog wherever you want. We only allow 1 handler and 1 dog on the dock. You can send your dog any way you like. They don't have to sit and stay. The sit and stay, in my eyes, is pretty important, though. Sit, 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 sit.
Dog, don't move.
And then the handler will have a floatable, retrievable object that they have to toss out. Now, they can toss it however they want. Whatever they need to do to get the dog to go into the water. A floatable object that they bring back to you. They don't necessarily have to bring it back. Here, here, fly. There are no corrections on the dock. You have to be nice to your dog on the dock, and sometimes the dogs know you have to be nice to them on the dock. Boy, you better sit down, please. They measure from the rear of the dog and give you a distance. It's a fairly simple sport, but you've got a lot of little nuances that make the difference between winning and losing. You got a dog, and you go, and they chase the bumper, and jump.
ProPlan Sport. Trusted by experts in their fields. Proven in ours. With 30% protein and 20% fat to fuel strength and stamina, and amino acids to promote muscle recovery. It's high-performance nutrition that keeps hunting dogs strong. In the field, on the water, and everywhere you go. Get the ProPlan advantage. ProPlan Sport.
In my Louisiana, sunrise means fresh seafood on the table.
In my Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic, from sun up to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
It's game day at Raising Cane's. If you want to order like a champ, forget about X's and O's. The only play you're running is chicken. So what combo are you picking? We've got tailgates of hand-battered, cooked-to-order chicken fingers and cane sauce, and jugs of freshly made tea and lemonade. This season is about to be unbeatable. Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, one love.
Training the dogs is one thing, but training the people, that's really where it is, because now they can be better to their dogs. Their dogs can trust them more, and they're going to be more successful. And I've done a lot of coaching of people at Nationals, and it's really what turns me on, is putting together the dog-handler combination and helping them understand each other. And, well, success is bound to happen when you can do that.
One thing about Wild Rose, we field test all the products that we recommend. Purina ProPlan Performance 3020 gave us the energy level that we need. Nice shiny coats, clean teeth. We were able to reduce the amount of our feed in most dogs, which just shows that there was better nutrition there, better utilization of the product. These guys are my best friends, and we need to do everything we can to give them a quality of life. We owe them that.
A dog in motion stays in motion. You've got the vertical and you need that, but you're going to get the most distance if you have speed and the vertical. They want the dogs to go as fast as they can down the dock, and smaller dogs, that usually lends themselves to more speed. Of course, the larger a dog is, the more muscles he has. Sometimes the faster he can take off. So you have speed, you have weight, and of course you've always got the launch, and that's the difference between a long jumping dog and just an average dog.
It's a perfect combination of speed and lift that get the big jumps. The optimum angle of lift for an object moving forward to get the optimum distance is 45 degrees. To get our dogs to pop at a 45-degree angle at the speed that they carry is virtually impossible. So what we try to do is we try and compensate. I'm going to try you right here and let you walk a little bit. See? You want to train them to run hard, but you don't want to tell them to slow down. So we take them and we shorten them up a little bit, and we pay attention to their angle of lift. They're going too fast, we might shorten them up a little bit so they get that pop. I would say it's speed, the launch, and the toughness of the dog. To make those kind of launches and hit that water, it takes a pretty tough dog to do that, because a lot of dogs will figure out that, okay, this bumper is going to be in the water anyway. I don't need to make this big jump. I'll just hop here in the water and swim out and get it for the boss, and everything's good, you know. Good girl. There's that fine line there. And a tough dog that has, I don't know what you call it, the spirit of the retrieve or something, the drive that makes them, that intensity.
ProPlan believes exceptional nutrition fuels more than the days in your life. It fuels the life in your days. Pro Plan. Fuel for life.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship has been brought to you by Purina Pro Plan, Fuel for Life. By the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission. Visit Shreveport-Bossier. By Garmin and Lucky Duck Kennels. The United Kennel Club and Splash Pools. And by Louisiana Tourism. Explore Louisiana.